Well, it's been 2 weeks of waiting for white ball cricket to be back, but today, that waiting is over. It is back, and it's back with a blast. Welcome along to another Durham doubleheader, and welcome around the world to Durham Live. Yes, hello there, wherever you're watching, around the world, exclusively live, of course, on Fancode in India. Welcome along to the Banks Homes Riverside here in Chester Street, and welcome along to Durham Live in association with Daffy News. Man, it feels like ages since I've said that. Anyway, I'm Andy Sixsmith, and actually, it's been 14 days since we've seen a white ball bowled, a catch caught, a shot struck in anger. But today, all of that changes, and it changes because Durham doubleheaders are back. Have you missed them as much as I have? Possibly not. Anyway, we will have all the action from today's games going on here on Durham Live. The women welcoming Somerset, looking to do the double over Somerset, of course, and claim their first home win of the T20 Blast season. They're underway in about 14 minutes' time or so, before the men welcome the Notts Outlaws later for a 6:30 start, looking to keep up the pressure at the top end of the North Group, aiming for qualification for the quarterfinals. And as ever, folks, of course, you can catch all of the award-winning coverage in one place and one place only. Unfortunately, you're already right here on Durham Live. Anyway, it's great to have you all along with us. Keep up to date on social media, of course, as well. Drop us in your comments or your questions using the hashtag #ForTheNorth or using the comments section on YouTube as well. But today, it isn't just about a double header. Today also dedicated to a local charity that has done some wonderful, wonderful work in the region and nationwide over the last few years. They're called If You Care Share, all about mental health certainly amongst men, and we're delighted to have them along a little bit later here in the Daffy News studio. But along those same lines, well, it's time to introduce a man that I certainly care about, and he certainly enjoys sharing an awful lot when it comes down to his commentary and punditry. It's a big welcome back to the Daffy News studio to Ash Thorpe. Ash, I suppose in the same vein, how are you doing, mate? Are you okay?
I'm very well, mate. How are you?
I'm blooming brilliant. I literally found out about 10 or 15 minutes before we came on air that a good friend of mine has and their partner have just got pregnant. So that was great news. So hopefully now we're waiting for a couple of wins, aren't we, from Durham just to top up the day now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Decent.
Desperate, mate. Desperate for a win, especially for the women. I mean, the lads have started off the campaign really well, sitting in third place. The girls have got a couple of wins under their belt, and they take on winless Somerset out here today. So, you know, hoping for bigger and better things.
We are hoping. Literally, before we come to the cricket, let's talk If You Care Share, because I think they're going to be with us in the studio a little bit later and talking about mental health, and in particular, men's mental health as well.
Yeah.
How good a charity are they in sense of doing that around mental health?
I think it's an incredible charity. I think anyone that gets a man to talk about their feelings, it's tough enough to do that in your own house, if I'm honest with you, but to open up and allow men, I guess, a safe space to kind of share their feelings and ultimately try and prevent suicides in the Northeast is a huge thing, and delighted to have them with us today.
Absolutely. Look, final one on it, but like, are you almost as incredulous as I am that we're in 2025 and there are still people who, you know, don't talk necessarily? It's such a difficult thing to do, but it's such an easy thing to do as well, I imagine.
I think it's just probably it's a primal thing. It's built into us that the man of, you know, you've got to be the provider, the one that takes everybody else's troubles on your shoulders, and I think the more that you do that, obviously probably the more help that you actually need. But you know, at the end of the day, we are all human, and we all do have a breaking point. So any help that we can get to share our problems, you know, not everybody has, you know, mates. I'm lucky that I have some good mates that I rant at and get things off my chest too. But you know, if you haven't got that, then where do you go? So to have somebody like If You Care Share around is absolutely vital in this day and age.
Totally, Ash. And we'll be looking forward to seeing If You Care Share here in the Daffy News studio just a little bit later. Ash, before we talk about the women's game against Somerset that literally starts in about 10 minutes time or so I better rush through this. It's been a big 14 days for you also. 2 reasons. You know where one of them's going by the laugh.
I'm a bit nervous here, actually.
This wouldn't be the first time I've ever launched something on you in the Daffy News studio. The first one, your commentary, going big in Australia. It was all to do with Maddie Villiers' catch.
Right.
And then I don't know if you've seen the tweet that Durham put out about Aaron Finch, who literally turned around and said, that's an incredible catch, one of the best catches that he's seen. And Durham replied to Aaron Finch and to, I think it was the Sydney Sixers, with the clip from Durham Live. It's your commentary. You've gone big in Australia again, Ash, after all these years.
It's about bloody time, isn't it? I had to move to the UK to do it. But no, I wasn't aware of that, actually. But no, that's pretty cool.
Absolutely.
It shows our reach, doesn't it?
It does. It shows our reach and shows our quality. I don't know why I'm saying our quality. It shows your quality, Ash, in the fact that we've gone big in Australia. The second one is the cricket is going quite well for you. I hear. Durham over 50s.
Oh, my God.
There we are. There we are. And I'm not saying that as a joke, folks, at home. Obviously, we've got our over 50s team, and Ash, all-rounder abilities are still there from what I could see from her figures.
Yeah. I managed to... It was the perfect day for me. We turned up. We had an away trip to Cumbria. We got there. It was absolutely pouring down with rain.
It's Cumbria. Yep.
Test match was on. So, obviously, all the Durham guys were watching the test match. I really couldn't have cared less about England-India. They had a beautiful conservatory out the back at Carlisle Cricket Club with a beautiful couch. I had an hour's sleep, woke up, had tea, and then played a game of T20 cricket.
Wow.
Had a beer and came home.
What a day for
Perfect.
you. Perfect preparation as well. So if Danny Hazel and Ryan Campbell are watching Durham Live, can't see why they would be right now with a huge game coming up. But if you're watching, that's how you prepare for a game of T20. Conservatory, sofa, snooze, go out, and then claim figures, and I'm going to read them out here. 2 for 19 and 10 not out. It's an all-rounder's performance, that, isn't it?
Well... Yeah, I got dropped first ball, I think. I whacked one that went for 4. Luckily, it would have been an unbelievable catch. And then I blocked one. I thought, what the hell am I doing here? So I just ran down and tried to hit the next 2 as far as I could. And then I turned around and the guy was shaking my hand. He went, we've won. Yeah. So it shows how long since I played cricket. I didn't even look at the scoreboard.
Well, listen, good man. It's great to see you back out there and playing well. And a star performance, it has to be said, most certainly. Listen, let's turn our attentions to today then, because this is a big one in more ways than one for Durham women today. Obviously, not just looking for the first home win of the season, not just looking for the second win over Somerset this season, but also bouncing back from what was a really difficult day against Essex last time out.
Yeah, I mean, the girls have had a bit of time off to do some thinking. I mean, the lads were straight into red ball cricket. I'm sure they were thrilled at that, especially with the scores at the Oval.
Yeah. We'll go into that later.
Yeah. However, the girls have got to reset. Yeah. They're missing Bess Heath today, who's away with England A duties. But they've got a really strong side. Yeah. Having beat Somerset already, I think they'll have been looking at this fixture and gone, right, how do we kickstart our season here? And that starts this afternoon.
Do you feel like those 2 weeks are a real help to this team? Or do you feel like that they would have preferred to have gone straight back into things?
I think the break would be good, being a good opportunity. The first time that they've really had the chance to just have a break from being professional cricketers for a lot of them. So they just walk away, have a few days off, whether that was maybe spend a couple of days away with family and friends, get back in and practice hard and prepare for this, next block of T20 games.
Absolutely. You mentioned England A there. There was some good news in those 2 weeks off. Obviously, it was Grace Thompson, Phoebe Turner, who turned out for the England A's, did very, very well as well. Fantastic just to see our representation growing amongst the England setup again.
Yeah, and as much as I love Phoebe Turner being there from a pure Durham point of view, Grace has come through our system all the way through, and that shows that already this system's working. Grace got an opportunity at the start of the year when probably if Lauren Filer was fit, she might not have got that opportunity. Took it with both hands, and now she's already getting international recognition. Absolutely, and we hope more recognition for Durham women there. We hope our first home win of the season. And the fact is that Somerset have won the toss. They've decided to have a ball first, which immediately throws the questions onto our batting lineup again, Ash. And there'll be plenty of questions after totaling 101 against Essex, which, let's face it, considering we've had some great batting performances this season, that certainly wouldn't rank amongst them. Yeah, I mean, the 2 games before that, they broke records in consecutive games, so I think they'll just put that one aside. They know the formula. Holly was the only one really to score any runs in that game where we got 100 against Essex. However, before that, we've had really good. We've had Maddie Villiers, we've had Susie Bates. All the girls have made individual contributions. Now can we put that together again to make it, somewhere 160 plus and really put Somerset under pressure chasing?
Well, you talk about individual contributions. Team news out today for Durham that Emily Windsor makes a debut for Durham. Great to see her making a debut. Just break her down for us, Ash. What is she going to bring in all her glory to Durham today?
I don't think I want to talk about breaking Emily. Bless her. I think she was one that Danny would have looked at the start to be a real solid citizen in the middle order, somebody that you can bat around. Unfortunately, she had a really bad hip injury that got operated on just before the season, so we've obviously missed her for this first block of games. She'll be huge. I'm sure her attitude will be really infectious. She's been desperate to get out onto the ground, as we've seen here when she's done a commentary stints. Now we finally get to see her on the other side of the rope, and hopefully she puts her best foot forward and one, stays fit, and two, puts in some performances that can help Durham get a win.
Well, she's done it all this season, hasn't
she?
Let's face it. I mean, like you say, she had that commentary stint up here in Durham Live, and it's no surprise to see her so quickly back on the pitch. If a player gets injured, just send them up to Durham Live. Their injury recovery will take half the time, let me tell you. They will be desperate to get back out on that pitch. But seriously speaking, great to see Emily back in the starting team for Durham today as we go into this game against Somerset. Because let's face it, Ash, with all due respect to Somerset, we won't get much better chances to claim a home win this season.
Yeah, they're struggling. I think we're 7th in the table. They're 8th. They've yet to get a win. Like you said, a massive opportunity to just get that first win at home. So that's another one they can tick off the list and move forward.
Absolutely. And you're looking at the batting lineup, obviously, but we've talked a lot about the fielding as well this season. And you've especially talked about the fact that we need to knit together the two performances. Today's the day, surely, for that, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think, and I know the fact that Danny talks a lot about fielding being attitude. You want to be in the contest, you want the ball to come to you. Sometimes when you have one of those days, you actually don't want the ball to come to you, and that's when it follows you all around the park. Can you make an impact? You talked about Maddie's catch. We've seen some brilliant individual pieces of fielding here. Sophia Turner coming back into the team as well. Her energy and attitude was absolutely magnificent out on the boundary. It's now can all 11 out there put pressure on Somerset 2 batters.
So where does it go today? How are you seeing it going? Obviously, the weather's a bit interesting as well. It's very, very cloudy, very overcast here in Chester Street, which is going to take into account. But how do you see this one going?
I'm backing the girls in. I'm backing them in. They played really nicely. They got a really solid win down in Somerset when they played them last time. And I hope that our batting is too strong. We put on a total that they can't chase. And
we're expecting quite a big crowd down here at Banks Homes Riverside. I mean, a few of them will be turning out, obviously, as the course of the afternoon progresses, but they'll want to perform in front of a decent crowd too here in Chester.
Yeah, 100%. And I think performances bring crowds in, and that'll be probably one of the disappointing things, that they haven't managed to string a few wins together to get that support behind them. But hopefully this is the start of bigger and better things.
Absolutely. Well, Ash, great to see you as ever. We're going to let you head back to the commentary team. As our openers are coming out here at the Banks Homes Riverside, plenty resting on this one. T20 cricket back, white ball cricket back, and a double header as well, making it back with a blast. The women are about to get us underway here at the Banks Homes Riverside, taking on Somerset, looking for, like I said, their first home win of the season. Can they do it? Well, let's find out. You've just heard from him in the company of Ash Thorpe. But first of all, let's hear from Rob Rush.
Thank you very much, Andy. Welcome, everyone, to the first of the double-header games here at Banks Home Riverside. Somerset have won the toss. They have decided to insert Durham women. We've mentioned Emily Windsor on debut, Susie Bates, Emma Marlowe, Maddie Villiers, Holly Armitage skipper, Emily Windsor, Leah Dobson, Mia Rogers will have the gloves, Phoebe Turner, Grace Thompson, Sophia Turner and Katie Levick is the Durham 11. And for Somerset, we have Bex Odgers, Neve Holland, Fran Wilson, Sophie Luff, their skipper, Alex Griffiths, Amanda Jade Wellington, overseas superstar, Jess Hazel with the gloves, Chloe Skelton, Molly Robbins, Olivia Barnes and Eric Vukasic on Vitality Blast debut for Luff's side. It is Emma Marlowe opening the batting with Susie Bates, who will have strike first up. And Ash, I think we might see a little bit of moving around in this Durham batting order today.
Yeah, I think the loss of Bess Heath is a big blow for us. Obviously, she's on international duty, which is fantastic for her, but she's been really impactful in the middle order. But yeah, it'd be interesting. We've got Susie Bates, who we know a lot relies on her. She's such an experienced and absolute gun player.
Chloe Skelton is going to start the match from the Lumley end. Well, Finkel end, excuse me. It's a good start in the field from Somerset. Sophie Luff setting the standards early for her side. Just the two fielders allowed out. We've got deep mid-wicket and long on the ropes. And Bates will tuck that one down to the fielder to get Durham scoring underway. We mentioned it before, Ash, but we'll mention it again. That wicket stat, the 3 wickets, Durham really have to avoid losing early wickets today.
Yeah, it's been an area where they've struggled so far this year to get off to a good opening partnership. There's been various openers in the format, and Emma Marlowe gets her crack today, which is really good.
First boundary, first ball for Emma Marlowe. A little bit short from Skelton, and Marlowe rocks onto the back foot and crunches it through backward point for 4.
Yeah, it's a lovely start, that, isn't it? Nothing better than getting that early boundary in. Beautifully put away.
It's the sort of ball you want as well when you're just moving up the order. You want a nice, easy one to kind of settle you in. You don't want one that's kind of ragging all over the place. One that looked a little bit short from Skelton, just able to pierce the gap at point. Floated up in response, and Marlowe can only just dig it out towards Luff at mid-wicket. Slight change now, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square for Marlowe. Slight miscommunication as Marlowe looked to turn that one to leg, but I think an inside edge, and Bates calls her through for a single. Going to go down as a leg by. Solid opening over for Durham, 7 without loss.
Yeah, they'll take that, that's for sure. Early boundary for Marlowe as well, just helped settle the nerves. Susie Bates picking up a couple of singles. As I say now, they've started off with spin. Well, they look to go seam. You would have thought so. From the Lumley end. Strong breeze blowing across the ground. As you look at your screens from left to right. Coming from the west. Very overcast. There's some potential rain around this afternoon, so that'll probably be another reason why Somerset have won the toss and had a ball first. We've got Molly Robbins is going to open the bowling from the Lumley end. So keeper standing up, sweepers either side of the wicket, square. Molly Robbins with ball in hand from the Lumley end. This one's pushed away and nicely fielded. Very similar colours for the umpires in the Somerset kit, which I quite like, if I'm honest with you.
It's almost that kit clash.
Yeah, get the umpires in the old away kit. Who have we got? We've got Neil Pratt officiating with his back to us there. And Jasmine Naeem, who's at square leg at the moment. Little bit of shape and bludgeoned down the ground by Susie Bates for 4.
That's lovely. That is a lovely shot. Just kind of what you want. You need to get off to a good start. Leave it to your overseas pro to get the scoring moving.
Fantastic blow that. Just gave herself a little bit of room, stayed slightly leg side and belted that one back down the ground.
I think Ryan Campbell have enjoyed that shot.
Yeah, just having a wander down in front of us. I wasn't sure if he was going to head home or not after his mother's passed away recently. So condolences to Ryan and his family on the loss of Val, the boss of the family. .11 without loss, Durham. Just having a chat around the field placings.
Changing the sweepers, maybe?
Yeah, they're bringing up the sweeper on the offside and putting Long on out. So that means she's going to have to bowl nice and tight to the stumps. And she does. It's a good Yorker and well dug out by Bates.
Yeah, it's a really good Yorker. Plenty of flight in there as well. Just getting it. It's something we mainly talk about with spinners, but also for seamers getting it up and down just in front of the eyes. Just really making Bates think about how she wanted to play that one in the end. All she was able to do was just dig it out.
This one just drifting down the leg side. Strikes Bates on the pad. It's a bit disappointed she hasn't got some contact on that one and put that away. There's a big gap if she beats mid-wicket. Both of these teams really struggled so far this season. Durham just the 2 wins. Somerset yet to pick up a win. This one's hit away into that gap on the leg side. They'll get at least 1. Marlowe's thinking about 2, but good fielding in the deep.
Yeah,
Keeps it to just a single and 12 without loss after 2.
Correct call as well from, I think, Bates centre back. Like you say, it's been a good start. Six off the opening 2 overs. Don't want to give Somerset any sort of momentum early on. No mistakes. Still got 4 overs left to try and maximise his power play. Looks like it's going to be Skelton again to continue, and still going to go with Long on and deep mid wicket back for Bates. She's 7 off 9, and Marlowe just that boundary off the opening over. So it'll be interesting to see some changing about because Leah Dobson has opened.
Yeah, I think they're just maybe looking to have a bit more power in the middle. I think we're going to see some left arm spin here. It looks like Olivia Barnes is going to come into the attack.
My apologies, I thought it was Skelton, I assumed.
There's a few milling around, wasn't there, at the start?
So yeah, will be Barnes left arm over. Left arm around, sorry. Left arm around to Bates. Starts nicely. Bates can only play that out to short extra cover. Very packed offside field, but if any width offered up, Bates can punish it to the boundary. We're going to be targeting the pads here. Bates preempts that one. Gets the sweep out and be a comfortable 2 down to boundary long leg, but pulled up nicely there. Nice preemptive shot, just immediately straight down and was able to just wait for it.
Yeah, there's no fielder at 45. Just can't see. There's a big gap. Should probably do it again.
And just like you say, Ash, that fielder is very square. So Susie Bates using all her experience, just getting down and a bit sweeter connection on that one, able to run away for 4.
Yeah, the offside's really packed. Really packed. So that leaves that gap on the leg side. Bates is clever enough and skillful enough to get across the stumps. And paddle sweep that away for 4. They're going to stick with it, I think, Somerset, which is very brave.
It's almost a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? Who's blinking first? I think something might have to change now, though. Is that going to run all the way? I think it is. Oh, very well fielded. Just died right at the edge of the boundary rope. The Bates picks up 3, a very productive over with still 2 balls left. 9 so far from it.
It's interesting they're going to change the field now that Marlowe's on strike. I think after she put away that ball early, away through the offside, they're sending the sweeper out on the offside. A little bit more conventional field, you'd say.
Yeah, that fielder at 45 has moved a bit finer as well. Just gets the outside, just misses the outside. But you can see what Marlowe's trying to do there. There is that big gap down towards the 3rd boundary. If she can open the face of the bat and run it down there, it should be a boundary. Yeah, and a very good comeback from Barnes at the end of her first over. Marlowe 2 dots to end, but Susie Bates scoring 9 from it, 21 without loss.
Yeah, 9 from that over. This is where Marlowe just needs to be conscious. She's got that boundary away first ball. She doesn't want to get stuck just thinking boundary options. I've seen Bates has been able to move the field around with a couple of different shots and not necessarily trying to hit the ball for 4. I think Robbins will continue from the Lumley end. Overcast and blustery afternoon here in Chesley Street at the Banks Homes Riverside. Double header here. This game first versus Somerset, and the lads take on Nottinghamshire tonight. 6:30 start. Bates on strike, sweeper at long on and at deep square leg. Bates gives herself room and crunches that again straight down the ground. This one a little bit more through mid-off. But excellent batting. Good use of the crease there, giving herself a bit of width and hitting that one away for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just didn't quite get the length right there, Robbins, and Bates is never going to miss out.
25 now on the board for Durham without loss. Nice little crowd starting build up. Bates moved really late that time, and I think just put Robbins off a little bit in a delivery stride. Could also potentially be the blustery wind that's blowing across the ground. Good line, that following Susie Bates, who's wanting to hit the ball away onto the offside where there aren't any sweepers.
Just trying to tuck her up for room.
Yeah, got 5 fielders in the ring on the offside. 2 behind point, 1 cover point, 1 extra cover and 1 at mid-off. Bates tries to beat mid-wicket and a good diving stop. I think that's the skipper Luff at mid-wicket as well.
Keeps it to just 1, otherwise that looked like it was good for running away to the fence.
Charlotte might actually be Barnes there, is it?
I think you
No,
were.
it was Luff, was it?
You were right.
Just coming to have a chat now with Molly Robbins, sorry. Nicely clipped away off her pads by Marlowe, and that will bring up her second boundary. Really nicely played. 2 straight from Robbins, and well put away by Marlowe for 4.
Yeah, again, just not right, not quite hitting the right length. Robbins gone for 2 boundaries this over so far. Marlowe, as you say, she didn't want to get bogged down. That's again another nice one to just tuck away off the pads.
This one's driven gloriously down the ground. Full flow of the bat from Emma Marlowe. Back-to-back boundaries for number 7.
Getting exclusively in boundaries so far. That's a lovely shot. I think she maybe took inspiration from Susie Bates at the other end doing it, but that's a glorious shot. Really applying some pressure onto Somerset early on here. Obviously, she mentioned Sophie Luff winning the toss and deciding to have a bowl. Durham wanting to get off to a quick start and set a total that Somerset can't catch.
That's shot of the day, that for me, Rob. Beautiful shot. And this time she carves this one away through point, and she'll get the help of the square as this races away across this Banks Homes Riverside outfield.
That one
back to back 4s.
That one for me, shot of the day. Really
well timed, wasn't it?
Really just graceful, elegant, just waiting for the ball, not going too early, not going too late, just inch perfect timing from Marlowe. Before we know it, she was 4 off about 6. She's now 16 off 8. And Durham, 38 without loss.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a really healthy beginning to this innings for Durham. I'm pleased for Emma Marlowe. She's been waiting for an opportunity. Got them early on in the 50-over competition. This might be her first crack in the T20s. And she started off nicely. Like I say, she's 16 from 4 fours.
Going to be another change at the Finkel end. Just trying to find some consistency here, Somerset. Vukasic on debut. Immediately on the money. To Bates. Thick inside edge, I think.
Nip back in right to the inside thigh, that for Susie Bates. They don't tickle. Maybe rushed her a little bit there, a bit quicker than she thought.
Yeah, Erin Vukasic on Vitality Blast debut for the West Country outfit. And Susie Bates, nice little inventive sweep scoop down to fine leg, but after playing it the previous over, Somerset have now stationed one of the 2 boundary riders out there.
I think with the shape of the ball coming in there, Bates has tried to use that. We're trying to get it a lot finer. But probably got too much contact on it.
Marlowe tucks that up to mid-on, and that's good running. Immediately called through for the single. Again, one of the things you talk about as a captain, it's just if your bowler's bowling your best ball and they're getting hit for ones, it just becomes a really difficult place. Still got an over and a half left at the power play. Durham looking to go big.
Oh,
that's glorious. That is class personified from Susie Bates. Playing lovely and straight early on, mixed in with the ramp shots and the sweep scoops fine to fine leg, but really showing her prowess down the track.
Yeah, on drive is a shot all about balance. That was perfectly executed by Susie Bates.
Ooh. Tries to go again, but well stopped by Vukasic in the follow through. That was a powerful shot as well. And it's really going after all of that. Last ball of the 5th over. Outside edge will get another boundary for Bates. Keeper standing up, unable to get a glove on it, and Durham, in a blink of an eye, have gone to 48 without loss, and there's still 1 over left of the power play.
Yeah, useful outside edge. Cruel for the bowler. It can be a cruel game this sometimes for the bowlers. Durham off to a fly here. 48 without loss. Bates on 30. Marlowe on 17. I see another change now, this time at the Lumley end, and Chloe Skelton into the attack.
Yeah, switch of ends for her. Sophie Luff just trying to find something that works.
It's nicely driven down to long on by Emma Marlowe. Solid start for her. It was a solid start for Skelton as well, going for just 6 off the first over. And Somerset just trying to get some control in this game. Bates advances down and hits that one out into the deep, but hits it straight at the sweeper. And that brings up the 50 for Durham in just 5.2 overs. One of the better starts we've seen this season.
Yeah, been really good. Good partnership batting as well from the two of them. Boundaries followed up by quick singles.
Marlowe hits this one in the air, down to long on. And that's the first wicket. It's well taken. And Marlowe looks very, very disappointed with herself. I'm sure she's tried to hit that a bit squarer. And the wind's just dragged it a little bit towards long on. But Somerset pick up a wicket, and a much needed wicket. As the score's just ticked over to 50. And Emma Marlowe has to go for 18. Just trying to see the catcher down there. It's at the far end of the ground to us.
Yeah, much needed partnership opening wicket. Just having a new batter in at this point, end of the power play. Just before Somerset can start putting those fielders out. I think it's the skipper who's walking out at number 3.
Yeah, Holly Armitage.
To join Susie Bates. Obviously coming off that. Very nice. What was it? 44, 46 against Essex, I think.
Yeah, she was the only one really that
anchored the innings.
Yeah.
And got some runs. And this time there are runs already on the board, so maybe we can see a little bit more of the aggressive shots. But first and foremost is getting out of the power play. 50 for 1. Still 3 balls left.
I think Holland with the catch out in the deep. Was well judged. She moved away to her right. She drives nicely first ball, Armitage, but won't beat mid off. I think the wind again just playing a little bit of havoc with the bowlers' run-ups. Armitage gets a short ball and belts it away out into the deep. She won't get 4. And in fact, she'll only just get a single. There's some good fielding out in the deep. Bates tries to get this one away on the leg side, but Chloe Skelton's bowled 2 excellent overs in the power play, picking up a key wicket of Emma Marlowe for 18. She has 1 for 9. And Durham are 51 for 1 at the end of the power play. And it's a pleasure to introduce James Lunn into the commentary box. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good, mate. Thank you. Yourself?
Very, very well. Very well.
Nice to be here.
Good start for the girls?
Yeah, good start to the power play. Obviously, shame to lose Marlowe in that last over of it, but nice start from Susie, hitting strong shots through the field. So, good start all in all.
Durham, yeah, strong power play. Like I say, just losing 1 wicket there right at the end, but I'm sure if you'd offered that to the Durham girls at the start, they'd have definitely taken that, especially with Susie Bates still being at the crease on 31 not out. We've got Amanda Jade Wellington into the attack. Overseas leg spinner. And Armitage tries to sweep and misses. So, Lunny, how's it been for you, mate, working in the all-new girls' pathway?
Yeah, really good, mate. Really exciting times. Obviously, started back in late October, November now, and just getting stuck in, really, and enjoying it. It's a really nice atmosphere around the club, so, yeah, really good.
Armitage drives nicely down to long on. So for everybody watching at home or wherever they are, just let everybody know what your job role is.
Yeah, so one of the performance coaches on the female pathway, in charge of all the seam bowlers we've got from academy down to under 13 level. So there's 29, 30 of them in total, which keeps you busy, but a really rewarding job at the same time.
Excellent stuff. Bates gets across a crease and sweeps. Again, I think trying to get that a little bit finer. She's had success already today with that, but she'll pick up another single. So, yeah, really exciting. And I guess immediately a role model of Grace Thompson emerges.
Absolutely. No one better to look up to at the minute for the young girls than Grace. She sort of embodies that coming through the pathway and playing professional cricket at the minute, which is great to see. obviously had some England development honours in the last few weeks as well for her, which is really, really nice, and a real inspiration for those coming through the pathway.
Yeah, perfect. One of the real reasons that Durham pushed so hard to get Tier 1 cricket for the girls is to provide that pathway through, and that, I'm not sure if that's beaten everybody. It's a good test for the outfield, and it will run away for 4, and there's a bit of bat on that from the skipper, Holly Armitage. Wasn't sure if that was buys or not, but I'm sure Holly will be more than grateful to pick up 4 runs there, and just to keep that scoreboard moving forward. 57 for 1 now.
There's been plenty of value with those shots behind square so far today, hasn't there?
They have used the pace really nicely. They've actually hit some beautiful straight shots as well, so they've scored all around the ground, but they've definitely used the pace of the ball as well. This one's cut away by Armitage. Timed nicely out into the deep. She'll pick up another single. That's a good over off one of what you would call Somerset's one of key bowlers they'll have looked at. Picked up 7 off her over, and I'm sure if Wellington goes for 28 or 30 without picking up a wicket, then Durham will be more than happy with that. 58 for 1 after 7. So I guess the cricket for the girls at the moment will be coming thick and fast.
Absolutely, it's non-stop at the minute. We've had a few really busy weeks, Monday to Sunday, wall-to-wall cricket, covering academy EPP, under 18s, 15s, 13s, from top to bottom really. The academy had a little bit of a break, and now they're starting to get back into it. We're down in Harrogate on Tuesday with them, and again there's a trip to Warwickshire for them next week, and then Lancashire the week after. So it's busy, but it's how you want it. Cricket thick and fast, learning lessons in every game, hopefully. So no, it's busy but rewarding for the girls at the same time.
Griffiths into the attack, and that one's cut away, and it just looks like it's slowing up a little bit, and she'll pick up a couple. Susie Bates was thinking about a third with the ball 3/4 of the way back, and Please Holly was just anchored in the crease there. So Alex Griffiths' first ball going for a couple. No third man in place. That's driven nicely and will beat extra cover, but mid-off does well to get around and prevent any runs. So what's been the main changes that you've seen over this year? Obviously, not obviously, for everybody watching at home, you've been involved in pathway cricket for a couple of years now with Durham and transitioned across to the girls' side. How has that changed now that Tier 1 cricket's in the northeast?
I think the professionalisation has had a huge impact. Obviously, with the women's side coming in, and Danny and her staff have been really supportive across the pathway as well, which has been really, really nice. I think it's a much more robust model now, the pathway. There's much more depth involved, more coaching staff across the board. Science and medicine departments have improved. So the whole package has advanced really, which is really nice. And it's just giving those young girls the best opportunity to keep progressing through the pathway, just like Grace and Trudy, as we mentioned earlier, which is really good. But the whole sort of model and shape up of it now is really good, really strong, which is nice.
Excellent stuff. And we keep talking about the whole reason that Durham wanted to apply for that Tier 1 is to give our own girls opportunities to not only represent Durham, is to go on and represent England, and that's already seeing fruits of that in year 1, not even through year 1 yet. Bates clubs that away to long on. She'll just pick up a single.
Been lots of strong shots so far. Nice to see.
Hasn't Durham famous for producing fast bowlers, Lunny? So a bit of heat on you, mate, to be the kind of the one to be responsible for the I guess the breeding stock of the next group.
Yeah, across the boys' pathway.
Wow, that's hit hard. Goodness me, that's absolutely belted. With perfect timing from Holly Armitage and a lovely way to finish the over. Sorry to interrupt you there, mate.
No,
that was
perfect
a
time
gorgeous
from
shot.
Hall there. Give me a bit more time to think about the answer. Yeah, like you say, the boys' pathway have produced a plethora of fast bowlers that have gone on to represent England, and I think that's our aim as well in the girls' pathway. You obviously see it with Trudy and Grace at the minute, but there's some really exciting seam bowlers coming up, which is good. So we just keep them progressing, get them stronger, and sort of give them the wings to fly a little bit in the cricket that they play, and see where they get to in the next few years. But exciting times, a little bit of pressure to keep up.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Keep up the standards, but that's what we want, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's what we want.
Absolutely. Barnes is going to have another go. That left arm spin, 9 from her first over. Bates gets right across the stumps and whips that one into the leg side, and will pick up another comfortable single. So you've talked a lot about the fast bowling. What, Durham are now obviously trying to produce as many rounded cricketers as they can. How are we looking in the batting and wicket keeping departments?
Absolutely, we're strong all round. We've got a good group. Few batters so far this year. We've had lots of 50s, 60s, 70s.
Yep.
No one yet to go on and get the big 100 yet. But again, it's all learning, and hopefully we can towards the end of the year start to see a few big scores. We've got some good keeping stocks across the age group. And again, it's just trying to help them become, as well-rounded cricketers as we can do. But we've got well-balanced squads, which is good. Loads of options.
Excellent stuff. Another single for the skipper. So has the cricket changed for the girls? I know that is there more cricket now for the age groups?
Yeah. So the age groups, they've had a game a week for the last 10 weeks or so. Full block of winter training, and then they're
a little bit of luck there from Susie Bates as she bottom edges a sweep, but will pick up another boundary. That's what Durham are doing at the moment. They're just picking up a boundary and over to keep really putting scoreboard pressure back onto Somerset.
Yeah, so as we were saying there, they've played lots of cricket so far, and the age group stuff will culminate with a trip to Taunton for a week-long tour for the 13s and 15s, which will be a long week for them, but hopefully really rewarding experience.
This one's clubbed away out into the leg side, but we'll find the sweeper, and it'll just be a single for Susie Bates.
And then the academy finish off their summer with a few 3-day games, which is nice. So we've got a 3-day at South North coming up at the end of July against Yorkshire, and then they travel down to Somerset as well. So plenty of time on the road and plenty of cricket to play, which is good.
Fantastic stuff. Armitage drives down the ground and will pick up another single. 3-day cricket, that's really interesting actually. Not something that the girls really play a lot of is multiple day cricket.
No, fully. So we spent a lot of time preparing for the white ball cricket, obviously, because that's what from the top down, that's what's played. Lots of time with that white ball, 20 overs and 50 overs. So we got the red balls out at one point in the winter, and it's interesting to see they obviously swing a little bit more than the white kookaburras do. So it would be an interesting. I think we play that in coloured kit as well. So coloured kit and red ball,
okay.
Which is again it's a new format, it's a new challenge, something that the girls will have to adapt to. They've played a little bit in previous years, I think, but again maybe a little bit of learning on the job as we go through, and we'll sort of find a way to play it in that first game against Yorkshire, and then hopefully take learnings from that down to Somerset and see how we get on down there.
Superb. It's something I think that the women's game needs to develop. I think is a structure of how they compete, because the only real red ball cricket at professional level is test match cricket, which is
100%.
crazy, isn't it?
And like you say, the more game time we can get, the more 3 days we can get, the better.
As Wellington's into the attack. This is punched wide of mid-on, but they'll just pick up the single. Yeah, it's got to get to a point for me where they put even if it's a short, make a north and a south group, for example, and play 2 or 3 or 4 day games. Just so you, like you say, it's all about learning and getting experience in different conditions, and to have to do that under pressure. I mean, Australia's a similar system. There's no first class cricket in Australia for women, and they tend to do that on the fly as well. But there's not a lot of test match cricket played around the world.
No, and again, it's something, the more exposure to it, the better. Become more well-rounded players if they're exposed to different
Oh my
things
goodness,
under pressure.
what a ball. Not sure if Armitage was potentially thinking about sweeping that first and then just abandoning the mission, but not sure how that's missed the stumps. Strong bottom hand from Armitage. Probably looking to hit that gap just past mid-wicket, but they keep finding the sweepers at the moment. But scoreboard is ticking along nicely. 77 for 1. With Bates on 40 and Armitage on 18. A little bit flatter and a bit straighter. This is good from Wellington. This is where Durham at the end of the over have managed to pick up a boundary. So important couple of deliveries coming up here for Somerset.
Interesting battle between the two overseas players on show.
Yeah, two good players. And Bates just drives this one down the ground and we'll pick up another single. Ends the over. A good one from a Somerset point of view. 78 for 1 on the board. So how good? I mean, we talked about when Susie Bates was announced in the members forum that I did right at the start of the season, and the whole place went, oh wow, how good has it been to have somebody of her experience kind of just around the program?
Unbelievable. Even just throwing at her in the nets and watching the way she goes about practice is something that then you can pick little bits up from and take and implement on the pathway. And she's so approachable and open about her processes and how she goes about things. As much as she's keen to perform on the field, I think she's also keen to influence the club as much as she can off the field as well, which we've seen so far. Scored some runs, which is nice. She's a great user of the crease, and that's something that she talks about a lot and something that we're trying to encourage the girls lower down to implement as well. That little bit of bravery and sometimes showing your stumps and the rewards you can get as a result of that.
Yeah, fantastic player, fantastic person to have around the club, that is for sure. Alex Griffiths back into the attack. And just as you said there, she just exposed the stumps. And probably looking to hit that one a little bit straighter. But gets it to mid-on and we'll pick up another single.
Right on cue. She must be tuned in.
She's a bit more tuned in than me, mate, to batting, that is for sure. She's an unbelievable player. Important period this for Durham. Just after the halfway mark, they want to continue building. Getting up to that total around the 160, 170 mark. And that's driven nicely by Armitage. Will that find the gap? It doesn't. It's very tight there between Luff and Wellington. And between them, they manage to prevent the boundary. But Armitage picks up a single again to keep that scoreboard moving on. 80 for 1 now. Did you have a look at the pitch before the game, Lonnie? Have you been out there?
I looked at it from the balcony. It looked quite green.
Yeah.
I can't say I've been up close. No, you?
No, I haven't actually. A bit cold out there for me.
Absolutely. I was hidden away indoors.
Bates shows the stumps again and paddle sweeps that one away. And it runs away for 4. Again, just talking about being brave in your shot options and your execution. Knows the game so well. And not for the first time. She picks up a 4 with a paddle sweep.
Yeah, another great example there. Obviously profited quite early on against the spin with the same tactic, and now against the seamers as well, which is really, really good. She's just got scoring options all around the ground as we've seen so far today.
Moves on to 46 now. She tries to repeat the dose, but doesn't manage to get anything on that. Might have got that one right on the wrist or the forearm. That's where you talk about being brave, not just being brave about potentially getting out. Actually, the ball bloody hurts when it hits you as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's the sort of thing you get in training. You get those bruises from trying it and attempting it, but that's the way you learn, isn't it? And sticking at it.
This time she goes strongly through the leg side. She turns and comes back, and Holly Armitage does well. It's good running between this pair. A little bit of confusion there, but managed to get home. Susie Bates moves on to 48.
Yeah, really good intent with the running, turning ones into twos there, which is is good to keep the scoreboard ticking away.
I'm going to see what the boss says. I asked head groundsman Victor Main I just said, what have you got for me? And she will fall. Trying to hit that one over mid-off, and that is a big wicket for Somerset. 86 for 2. Susie Bates goes for 48, and Alex Griffiths picks up the big wicket of Susie Bates. But you'd have to say Durham would still be pretty happy sitting where they are. If you're going to lose a wicket, it's not the worst time to lose a wicket. There's still time for a new batter to get in before you would say, happy hour at the back end of the innings. But Susie Bates goes for a well-made 48.
Yeah, really good knock from Susie there, putting pressure on the bowlers from ball one, really, and then setting up this, as you say, the middle to back end of the innings, and not many better suited to coming in at this time than Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, Maddie, superb. A couple of games ago, that big 80 she scored. And she's another one, great character to have around the group. Strong in all departments, in her batting, bowls off spin, and is an absolute machine in the field. Another one, again, when you talk about role models in three-dimensional cricketers, she must be one that gets talked about quite a lot.
Absolutely. We've paid a lot of attention to her fielding in particular. When we do sort of the scenario work in the nets, the general consensus is that every fielder is Maddie Villiers, which obviously shows the standard she's set so far. A couple of unbelievable bits of work on the boundary, whether it be saving boundaries or some of the catches she's taken. It really shows her skills as a three-dimensional cricketer, like you say.
So that ends the over number 11. Bex Odgers taking the catch to get rid of Susie Bates. 11 overs down, 86 for 2, Durham. So the wind continues to blow pretty strongly across the ground, well overcast. And I was just going to tell you about Vic's little summation of his pitch. So he says it's pitch number 7. It's brand new, never been used this season. It says it's got a really good coverage of grass, as you mentioned there. It's cut to 8 millimetres. The boundaries are 60 metres all around for the ladies. And he says, and a Kookaburra ball, as he's used. I think Skelton got a hand to that one there, as that was hit back at her by Holly Armitage. So a half chance, really tough one, you'd have to say. But she's been impressive so far. Skelton just going for 9 runs from her first 2 overs and picking up the wicket of Emma Marlowe earlier on. Villiers tries to beat mid-wicket and does so well. She'll pick up another single and get off the mark. As Rob Rush rejoins us.
Looking forward to seeing what the acceleration is going to be like from Durham from this point of view. Had the very good start, now coming towards the back end of the innings. Is that one should end up being a couple, and does, beats the dive at extra cover, and it's probably two of the batters you'd want most out there right now, even though Maddie is brand new to the crease.
Yeah, it's interesting the way that the dynamic they've set up the batting lineup here with Leah Dobson still to come. Probably they might look at Leah to take on that Bess Heath role in the middle there, where she's got the power and the ability to score boundaries, and that is something that we will miss today from Bess, who's an excellent player. But yeah, like you said, Leah would normally open the batting, but yeah, she'll come in the middle and might even be a finisher.
Ooh, that is a chance. Unfortunately for Somerset, it's gone down as well. Skelton unable to hold Maddie Villiers in her follow through and to rub salt into the wounds, are able to scamper through for a single as well.
Yeah, you'd have to say that's as chances go for Courtney Bowles. That's not a bad one. That's hit pretty straight back to her. She'd be disappointed that the first one was really tough. I thought it was over her head and she got a hand to that and probably saved 4. That one I think she should have clung on to.
Brings Armitage back on strike for the final ball. It's carved away through the offside for 4.
Insult to injury.
Yeah, it really is. Durham looking to motor as they get towards the final 7 overs or so of this innings, 96 for 2. I say Ash looking up towards that 150, 160 mark on this brand new pitch.
Yeah, I think that green grass layer just helps the pace of the pitch and just doesn't really hasn't done anything. I think that with how blustery it is, hasn't really swung or anything like that. Hasn't really done anything off the pitch apart from come onto the bat really nicely, as we've seen with all the girls being able to score all around the wicket. We've seen paddle sweeps and lap sweeps and going along with some really strong shots like we've just seen there from Holly Armitage.
Speaking of Holly, Lunny, what's it been like for her trying to find her way as a captain? But then we talked about Susie Bates earlier, having the experience of Susie there, kind of helping her take those first steps of captaining this group as Villiers just plays out to cover for no wrong. So what's it been like for Holly and to kind of work with Susie?
Yeah, I think Hull's got a really good track record of leadership, and obviously leading the group. Quite a lot of the girls have come up from the Diamonds as well, so they're used to Holly's leadership. But she's someone who's really open to outside input and learning from other people as well. So, like you say, Maddie, she's batting with now, has been a great influence around the group, as has Susie with all her leadership credentials and experience.
Oof, that's a lovely shot. It's going to get cut off by the sweeper, but comfortable 2. Score ticks to 98.
She's like Maddie Villiers is tiny. I'm not going to lie, but she hits the ball so hard.
Yeah, unbelievable balance and hand speed through the ball.
Slower ball, but Villiers able to cut it away up and over the offside, and it'll be another couple. So the 100's up for Durham. 12.5 overs into the innings, going a lot better than the last time we were here at Banks Homes Riverside, and
yeah, that was
looking
painful.
to go big.
That was a painful afternoon, unfortunately, for the girls. Much better start today.
Timed again, should be another 2.
That wind's really picking up out there. Hope Stevie on the roof's all right. He's vegetarian, so it's okay. Bless him, he came in earlier and his sandwich options were chicken or ham.
Might go for 4, or maybe he'll plug up just before the rope. Will do, but good running from the pair. We'll see 3. Something we often talk about as well in T20s is making sure you pick up runs with no real risky shots. There's been no real risk in this over, and already there's been 3 2s and a 3.
Yeah, a little bit of luck there. You don't see many 3s run at this ground or in T20 cricket. But interesting, and Lunny, I don't know if you party to this conversation, but the last game, the boundaries were the same as the lads at 65 metres. Today they've brought them in again. Do you know, have you had any input or been earwigging on that, any conversations?
I believe around the last game there were bigger boundaries to support us as a running side between the wickets. Hull in particular, a really strong runner, likes running those 2s and 3s, so I believe that was why it was bigger last time. But I'm not quite sure why they're in today. But again, even with slightly smaller boundaries than last time, still running hard, still managing to rack up a big over without a boundary there, which is testament to the 2 speed between the wickets.
It's a nice over. That 11 from that, like you say, relatively risk-free, little cheeky inside edge, getting 3, which is always nice from a Durham point of view. There's a few of the lads starting to wander in now. We've got Zach Folkes and Casey Aldridge back on loan. Saw Casey this morning. He was wearing a Somerset hat. Absolutely ridiculous. He'll have a big role with potentially Ben Rain being out.
Yeah, it doesn't. The initial reports on that aren't exactly positive either. For Rainey, so speedy recovery to him. Is Armitage looking to come down the track and just picks out mid-wicket.
Yeah, Amanda Jade Wellington back into the attack. It's been good so far. None for 11 from her too.
Set up nice at the minute for Durham, isn't it?
It is.
106 for 2.
It's a great platform.
You feel Wellington will have a hand in the last stage of the game.
It's pulled away by Armitage. Not perfectly timed, so she'll just pick up a single. But again, you look at where the dangers are, and I'm sure the discussion would have been around Amanda Jade Wellington's an established international performer and a leg spinner, so a little bit of mystery in what's coming down, and probably somebody that's settled just even knocking around and not taking a wicket. Villiers says, I'm not bothered who she is. She's trying to play a big shot, and again, got that lucky inside edge on that one. She'll pick up another couple. But good intent is what you'd have to say there from Villiers. She's just busy. We talked about a little bit pre-show around the fielding hasn't been fantastic at times from Durham, but it's about attitude and intent, and you can see that attitude and intent in this innings so far from Maddie Villiers. She comes down the wicket, uses her feet nicely and times that well, but she'll pick up another single. And I guess that, again, throughout the pathway system, that word about attitude and being aggressive in the field is no doubt a message.
Yeah, 100%. It's something that we spent a lot of the winter inside focusing on. Sometimes a tough place to nail your field in the indoor school. But really you can start to see the attitude shifting from under 13s upwards towards fielding. They acknowledge how much of an important part of the game it is, and a few of the games we've had so far, it's won us a couple of games, and it's led us to being close second in others. But again, the girls are learning all the time the importance of that fielding, and someone like Maddie, as you say, is a great showcase for that.
Oh, gives that one a bit of air, Wellington. That's good fielding, that got a horrible bounce in front of her. She's done well to parry that and control it and keep it down to 1. So that ends over number 14, 111 on the board for Durham. What do you think they'll be happy with from here, Lonnie? 160, 170?
That's the all-important question, Thorpe. You'd like 160, 170 from here, I think, with, as you say, the batters to come. Obviously, you've got Emily Windsor in the lineup for the first time today, and you've got Leah Dobson with that power slightly further down the order. So if one of these two can take the game deep alongside those, we should be in a decent position for 160, 170, you'd hope.
So 2 batters, this another little partnership established here. And that has cost Durham in past games of losing wickets in clumps, then almost having to recover and build for an assault at the end. But in the 2 games where they excelled, they just kept going all the way through and had partnerships, which is currently where we're at today. Hopefully that, from a Durham point of view, continues. Olivia Barnes back into the attack. Left arm spinners. And for 17 for her so far. That's tossed up nicely and driven. Just see a little bit of a change there. Cover really deep on the circle.
So as well, Holly trying to almost a fake step away. Just trying to provide a few extra questions for Barnes. Does she try and follow her and go try and tuck her up for room, or hold the nerve? A few more of the boys start funneling in as Villiers tries the slog sweep. It doesn't get any contact. Have we got Jimmy Neesham, Colin Ackerman.
Ben McKinney about to cross paths. Ben McKinney and Will Gibman going for a hit. Is that Souter? Yeah. Wait till you see Souter's hair later on.
Oh. Villiers comes down the track. It's going to be a single. Good? Bad?
Well, I'm pleased we haven't got the GoPro in. I'm not really one to comment on hair, but he looks like he's got a black cockatoo sat on top of his head. You'll have to wait till obviously he takes his cap off and bowls, but there's a lot of hair.
Armitage again accessing the offside, little skip down the track, and it'll be good running from the pair. They'll come back for a second.
I think I would almost, the way that these two have been striking the ball, is I would take out the point and bring that sweep around to extra cover, which is a little bit different and a bit unconventional, but they've been so strong through that cover region.
What, and cut off the...
Cut off the boundary option so they can still take the one and make them hit a bit squarer.
Yeah, that sort of extra cover pocket's the one that Hall's been trying to hit
Yeah.
the first couple of balls of the over here.
Goes leg side this
That's
time.
a pocket.
That is a pocket indeed. It'll be 4 as well. So ending the over with a boundary, the Durham skipper really trying to move this on in the game. Coming towards the final 5 overs, 119 for 2. Durham really trying to get up towards, as we've mentioned, that 160 mark. Thinking is a good score. Still a fair bit of work to do, but the foundation's been set. Maddie Villiers 15 off 11. And the skipper, Holly Armitage, 37 off 31.
I've enjoyed Durham's intent and the way that they're trying to hit a boundary every over. Just trying to get me shoes and socks off and do some counting. I think that's 15 boundaries now that Durham have hit. And we're in the 15 overs done. So
Yeah, they managed to capitalise a couple of times on the last ball of the over,
Yeah.
which sets them up really nicely again to go into the next one, just keeping the momentum rolling.
Alex Griffiths back into the attack. Villiers hits that one really nicely down to long on. A little bit of a fumble, but it'll just be the single. Just going to have a little check on the test match score. Jamie Smith still belting it or not. Yep, 153 not out now.
It is indeed.
Not often Harry Brook takes a back seat. But Jamie Smith came in there and has really changed the dynamics of that test match. Again, one down to long on. This is where they'll be looking at that boundary option again. There's 3 sweepers out on the leg side. Only 1 out on the offside. Again, they might be trying to just give themselves a little bit of room and target that mid-off or over the top of cover region, or use the pace and get it past the fielders in the back. Villiers does try that, but good bowling. Really good Yorker, that from Griffiths. And this is the cat and mouse game. I actually really enjoy this part of the women's game, that you can only have 4 out. Rather than in the men's game, you can have the extra fielder out. So in a men's game, you would probably see long off out in this situation. It just opens up different tactics and different challenges for both batters and bowlers.
Yeah, it's been a really good start to the over as well from Griffiths. It's important now that she can get herself out of the over.
You got your bowling coach head on there, mate.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. From a
Remember who
Durham
you-
point of view,
Remember who
hoping
you're
she
working
can't.
for.
I know.
But you're right. I thought that was an exceptional ball, that last one. She probably knows that the girls are trying to go through that. That's with the wind as well. That wind really blowing across the ground from right to left on your screens. And she does get the width there, but Villiers will be disappointed she hasn't put that away. A little bit of pace taken off that one from Griffiths. Two big deliveries coming up here. Pressure just being in this over anyway, transferred back on to the Durham batters. That wind really causing havoc, I think, with Griffiths' run up.
It's all the little tricks as well. The slower ball with the little bit of extra width as well. So you see the width there, you think it's going to be there to hit, and then it takes a while to get to you. So then you end up almost second guessing yourself as a batter about what shot you can play.
I don't think she'll have wanted to bowl it with that much width. And Villiers hits this one down the ground and hits it long. Will that be the first 6 of the day? It is. Maddie Villiers transferring the pressure that was on her straight back onto Somerset with the first maximum of the day.
Lovely shot from Maddie, straight down the ground, assisted with the wind that way, as you were saying before, but that's a great example of a couple of singles, couple of dots, staying calm under pressure and backing your skills, hitting straight back over the bowler's head. Great shot.
It was a beautiful strike, wasn't it? Lovely bat flow. No panic in the shot. That one, she goes across. She finds the gap in between mid-on, and she will find 4 more. So what started off as a fantastic over for Griffiths, and that's the cruel nature of T20 cricket. 2 not bad balls. One's been hit for 6 and one been hit for 4. And Villiers is on the charge. Durham are 131 for 2 after 16.
Again, Maddie not trying to overhit, just proper cricket shots, hitting right through the ball. Another last ball boundary, just rolls the momentum over into the next over, hopefully.
Nice little crowd starting to build up on it. Well, for what has been the weather, a little bit chilly today. Strong wind coming from the southwest. Haven't had one of my flag shots yet, have we, Ross? Come on, mate, sort the job.
I think we did have one.
Did we earlier? Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Devastated. There she is. You can see there, that gives an indication how strong that breeze is. A flag just clinging onto the string there.
Back into the attack. 2 overs, none for 20 for her so far. Starts with a bit of flight. Armitage can't quite carve that way through point. So 3 fielders out leg side and then 1 almost a cover point on the boundary. Armitage tries to ping that one away leg side. There is that gap between long on and deep mid wicket, the sort of pocket that she was able to find a couple of overs ago. Just what she was trying for there. But good discipline from Vucic holding her line. So she brings out the sweep. Be fielder there. Be 1.
Yeah, a couple of slow balls in the over so far, just taking the pace off. Making Armitage really, if she wants to go down the ground, she's going to have to hit into a pretty strong wind. That one there is probably the line with the wind that she's wanting to hit. Again, a pretty good start. Just 1 from 3 balls.
Even better now, 1 from 4. See Maddie taking the step across, but again, discipline from Vucic holding the original line and length and just fielded at point.
She's a bit unlucky there, Villiers. She's absolutely nailed that, but straight at the fielder. But fair play to the bowler as well, who really followed her across.
Ooh, goes for the ramp. Just drops short of the fielder on the 45 on the leg side. I'll scamper 1 as well.
Again, just taking all the pace off the ball. Clever bowling. It's been a good over so far. Can Durham do what they've done for the last 3 or 4 overs and get a boundary off the last ball?
Won't be a boundary, will be a single. So good from Vucic, just keeping it nice and tight. 3 runs from that over, just 3 singles, 134 for 2. 3 overs left, and a little bit of work still left for Durham to do if they want to get up to that 160 mark.
Yeah, I think they're well placed. What you'd be looking at is at least 10 and over from the last 3. And that would take them into that mid 160s. They've got two of those overs, where they'll be really hitting with the breeze as well. Skelton back in, who's bowled well. This is her last over. She's 1 for 19 so far. Ollie Robinson heading around to the nets. Durham wicketkeeper just checking out his stick there as a wonder. A few of the boys already in the nets as they prepare to take on Nottinghamshire tonight. 6:30 start. That's driven nicely down to long off. It'll just be a single. Armitage moves on to 41. Villiers is 27 from 18. Chat between skipper and off spinner. Going to bring the sweeper up on the leg side. Again, and well, they're definitely not listening to me, but they've got to sweep it out of that extra cover position now. I like this field. I'm sure Villiers is going to try and hit it across onto the leg side. She tries. Is that a toucher? And it is. It's run out, backing up. Nothing worse when you do the exact right thing and you back up to run hard between the wickets. And your partner belts the ball back and the bowler just gets a touch on the stumps. It's a nice wicket for Somerset, that. Little freebie. 135 for 3 now as Armitage goes run out for 41. Nothing you can do. It's one of the few ones where you just walk off and shrug your shoulders. Most of the times in this game you get yourself out. And really excited to see Emily Windsor come to the crease. Her first start for Durham in competitive cricket. She spent plenty of time up here with us in the studio. She spent plenty of time working as a physio and as a coach and various other roles that she has within the club. But now she gets to strut her stuff doing what she loves out in the middle.
Yeah, another one, Winnie, who spent a lot of time around the girls this winter, obviously. Probably more than she would have liked with her unfortunate injury, but great to see her out there in the middle finally for Durham.
Villiers gets across and sweeps and finds that gap. Clever batting. And will pick up a boundary. Moves on to 31 now.
That's a lovely shot.
It's just good cricket. And she's manipulated the field by hitting the ball really well through the covers, so they've had to put a sweeper out there and bring up that fielder on the leg side.
Got options all around the ground, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has.
A tough batter to set a field to.
Ooh. Hit that really hard down to long on. We'll pick up another single. .140 now on the board for Durham. A nice little milestones to tick off. 140, 150, 160 really. As a fielding team, you're looking up there going, we're going to have to bat well now to knock this off. If you look at the records, Somerset probably haven't batted very well throughout this season. They've yet to pick up a win. As Winds is about to face her first ball. She drives in the air and it's dropped. Probably a little bit of luck she deserves, having come to Durham, did a whole pre-season, and then just before the season had to have an operation on her hip. That'll be a big relief to her. She's in her head, she'll have built up this moment so many times. That was a pretty simple chance. Should have been taken. And she gets off the mark. Down to long on. She gets a round of applause from her teammates who'll be really happy to see her out there. That ends over number 18, 141 on the board for Durham. Windsor off the mark with that single, and Villiers is on 32 from 21. And I think there'll be a lot of eyes on Maddie Villiers as this innings concludes with 12 balls to go. Surprised I didn't send Dobson in. I know it's a nice moment for Emily to go out there and get a chance, but I thought Leah Dobson might have been the one to send in at this stage with her power. Let's hope this pays off from a Durham point of view with Emily Windsor.
Good start for Vukovic in her final over. Starting with a dot was very tidy, obviously. Last time around, just 3 singles from it. Really trying to strangle the run rate.
She pulled it back well. She went for 20 off her first 2.
Again, taking the pace off. Windsor just drops it down to long on for a single. And as you mentioned, Ashton, Maddie Villiers now has the strike, trying to push that run rate up. Still 3 out on the leg side and just the fielder at cover point on the boundary for her. It's good running. Straight at the fielder, but immediately called through.
Yeah, they're right on
For
the
the
ring
single.
now, aren't they, for Muddy Villiers? In fact, they'll probably be on the ring. Might just try and creep in a little bit closer and try and keep Windsor on strike.
Oh, very tight run. If that was a direct hit, I think Windsor was gone.
Yeah, I think that's a risk they've got to take at this stage of the innings. There's still 7 wickets in hand.
Oh, it's absolutely you got to go for everything at this point.
Especially with some of the hitters that you've got left to come. With Rogers and Dobson. It's really clever bowling, this.
Yeah, she's taking the pace off nicely. These last couple of overs, bowling it outside the off stump, offering no pace to hit through that offside field, trying to get the batters to hit into the more protected leg side. Big last ball of the over to come, though.
Yeah. Almost a free hit, this one.
Windsor preempts it and takes a step out. You're going to look for 2.
Oh, ow.
That's going to hurt. That.
I hit her in the face.
Yeah, I think it did. It bounced up, but the Durham batters get back for 2. Windsor 5 off 6. Villiers will have the strike for the start of the final over of Durham's innings. 147 for 3. Can they get that 160?
They've done well here, Somerset, in these last few overs to pull it back. We were talking about them, Durham potentially getting up to 165, 170 a couple of overs ago. Unless this over goes for plenty, that isn't going to be the case.
Good run in that last ball there from
Yeah.
Maddie Villiers to get herself back on strike for the last.
They've saved their overseas player, Amanda Jade Wellington, for the last one. She's only gone for 16 so far. But Villiers will be hitting with the advantage of the wind, kind of blowing over mid-off. She goes against the wind and tries to whip it away into the leg side, and she'll pick up a couple and gets back nicely. Gets the ball in the shoulder for her troubles. This is good batting from Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, excellent running again. Putting the pressure on the fielders. Was probably always coming back for 2 there, but good running.
Yeah, it's important that she faces as many balls in this last over as possible. She hits that one away to the offside. Will Windsor touch and come back? She will. And she's run out, but I think that's, do you know what it is? That's the right thing to do from the team's point of view. If they got 2, brilliant. But at the end of the day, it's kept Maddie Villiers on strike.
Yeah,
But
real case of team before self
Yeah.
there from Winnie. Right thing to do. Try and keep Maddie on strike.
I love that. It'd be really easy to be really to be selfish after having spent so long out of the game. Looks like Mia Rogers is going to come to the crease. Not Dobson. Dobson has been struggling with a little bit of a quad injury, so maybe at this stage thinking of the explosive running that's required. That might keep her in the sheds. But yeah, round 1 of applause. I love that selflessness from Emily Windsor there. Like I said, having been out of the game for quite a while, it's been really easy to be selfish and go just take the single there. She's done the right thing for the team. 150 also comes up. 5. Oh, Villiers thinking of a second there. Sorry, 4 down as Windsor was run out for 5. And Wilson doing the fielding. 151 for 4. Just 3 balls now remaining. Mid-off up in the circle. Wellington just trying to close that gap between the two fielders at backward point. This is clipped away nicely out into the leg side. They'll get at least one, and they'll probably settle for one to keep Villiers on strike. I think if it was the other way around, they would have risked the 2 there.
Yeah, Maddie will back herself to hopefully cash in off these last two deliveries.
But James, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on, mate. Thanks for letting everybody know around your role and what's happening with the young girls at Durham at the moment, as Villiers hits that one straight to cover. And will just be another single. This has been a really good finish to the innings from Somerset. Durham have found it difficult to get the ball away. Just the 1 ball left now. Durham 153 for 4. And Rogers tries a reverse sweep and gets the toe of the bat and will pick up 1 more. So really, really tidy over to finish from Amanda Jade Wellington. Durham finish on 154 for 4, meaning Somerset will require 155 for victory. Started off well, a really nice opening partnership between Emma Marlowe and Susie Bates of 50 before Marlowe was out in the last over of the power play, caught out in the deep for 18. Susie Bates scored 48 from 37 balls, and she was caught off the bowling of Griffiths. Armitage was run out backing up for 41. Maddie Villiers, really nice impetus at the back end of the innings, 39 from 27 for her, not out. So Emily Windsor run out selflessly, doing what was right for the team, run out for 5. And Mia Rogers picking up a couple there. So Durham end on 154 for 4. Some really solid performances with the ball from Somerset. Skelton 1 for 26. Griffiths 1 for 28. But I thought the slower bowlers and Vukasic really came back well at the back end of the innings. Wellington only going for 23 from her 4. Vukasic going for 29 from her 4, but she went for 20 off the first 2, so her last 2 overs only going for 9 runs. So we'll hand over to Andy and Rob in the Daffa News studio, with Somerset requiring 155 to win.
James, thank you very, very much. Great to have James Lunn as well, isn't it, in the Daffa News studio on commentary. Some fantastic insight there. And a pretty decent innings for the Durham women. 154. Decent total, it certainly has to be said. And certainly more decent than this chat's going to be, because I've had to be joined by Rob Rush in the Daffa News studio. And considering the man admitted last time we were on Durham Live that he didn't think golf was a sport and that he didn't like Game of Thrones, imagine my surprise when I turn up today to find out that the man's a Manchester United fan.
Should I just walk out the studio now?
It's probably best. Tag team with Ash. Get Ash back in. Get James in. Blooming heck, get James in. I'll have a chat with him. It's fine. No, seriously, Rob, good to see you again. 154. I'm normally an optimist. I'm going to be a bit pessimistic here. At one stage, I thought it was going to be a lot more than that.
I mean, yeah, I think, like we were talking about commentary, we were thinking 160, 170 was probably in the equation. But look, I think, you've got to give credit to Somerset's bowlers. They pulled it back really well. As one of our camera ops just crawls underneath the camera there.
Yeah, if you are just wondering why Rob is looking down at the floor and you can maybe hear, I don't know, some bounces along the floor, one of our camera ops has just walked in and just bear crawled his way across the room. Everything happens with Durham Live, doesn't it? So anyway, Rob, as you were saying.
Holly and Susie, well, first of all, Susie and Emma getting us off to a really good start, finding boundaries early in the power play. Emma would naturally be disappointed not to stay around a little bit longer, but, getting the opportunity at the top of the order is good enough for her. She's able to show what she could do, 50 partnership. Susie, with all her international experience, playing nice and straight down the ground and also bringing out the paddle sweeps, just really putting Somerset under a lot of pressure, giving Sophie Luff a lot of questions. But Vukasic on debut there right at the end after getting hit for 20 off her first 2, coming back really well at the death, which is not easy to do. We talk about it all the time. The death overs are the hardest part, of course, apart from the power play. So, I get your point. I think 160, 170 is probably there for taking, but we've got to give credit where credit's due. Somerset have performed really well at the death.
Absolutely. Came back into it, it has to be said. Look, let's break down the bat, and then I'm going to ask a relatively generic question for a man who is so clued up in his cricket, most certainly. How blooming gutted will Susie and Holly be not to reach a half century today? Because both of them, 48, and what was Susie on? 41 when she went. Sorry, Holly was on 41. Susie was on 48.
I think
they must be gutted.
I think Holly was arguably the more gutted, considering how she got out in terms
God.
of like Ash talked about it on commentary. It's kind of there's nothing worse. You're doing the right thing in terms of you want to back up really hard and get those quick singles, and then your partner belts one right back down the ground. The bowler gets a hand on it, and it rolls onto the stumps, and you have to kind of turn just to look sheepishly at the umpire. The fingers raised for being out.
He could have been a bit slower, couldn't he? The umpire was shot the finger straight up. He looked like he couldn't wait to get his finger up for that.
It's one of those ones. Even when you play club cricket on a Saturday, you're really gutted about. So God knows what Holly was thinking. Especially she was timing the ball really nicely. Her and Maddie were going really well as a duo. Yeah. Susie naturally they'll both be naturally disappointed. I think Susie's 48, kind of you're only 2 away. Yeah. But overall, it's kind of team before self. We saw that with Emily Windsor at the end, sacrificing herself with the run out. Ultimately they knew that they had to try and get more runs on the board for Durham, and 154 is still a heck of a total.
Let's talk Susie, because we talk about her innings a little bit, but she did play beautifully in elements, and I know she brings the experience to this Durham team most certainly. But it's all well and good talking about the experience, and then it's another thing showing the experience, and she did that with that wide array of shots today.
Absolutely. You saw your more traditional shots of playing straight down the ground. I think Ryan Campbell's talked about playing in the V. Susie had that in abundance. Emma showed that as well. And then also, bringing out the paddle sweeps and the scoop shots. It's kind of just, as a bowler, as a captain, as a wicketkeeper, kind of that trio really trying to stay in the game. You're kind of thinking, what are we do? Like, what can we do here? Yeah. Because no matter what field you set, no matter what plans you try and stick to when bowling, you know that Susie can just find gaps where there seemingly isn't any, and Maddie showed it as well as the end. Kind of bringing out slog sweeps. Holly, there was one where she picked out the gap between long on and deep mid wicket right down in front of us in the commentary box. They it's just a nightmare really for an opposition bowler. If you don't get Susie in the first couple of overs, she's probably going to stick around for a while and make your life a bit more hellish than you want it to be. So, it kind of, and it also just relieves all that pressure off that middle order. They know that Susie's in there. She's able to pick up on the pitch conditions when you get out there to join her. She's able to give you the lowdown, and you're able to just kind of settle into your innings a bit more quickly. So like you say, it's one thing saying she's got the experience, it's a completely different thing to act on it and put the runs on the board. But that's what she did today. It
bodes beautifully as well for the rest of the season. In fairness to the team, I don't think the batting's ever really come into question. I mean, Ash alluded to it pre-match, didn't he? Talking about the 2 big totals that we've landed here at the Banks Homes Riverside, and there were flashes of that once again with what totaling 154. The batting has really never been in question for Durham so far this season.
Not really, no. I mean, we'll take the Essex game out of the equation.
I'd forgotten about it already, Rob. I wasn't going to mention that.
That is the only one where, like you say, the batting hasn't kind of been up there. But, that is the positive for the group, is that they've got those, they had those games to look back on. Maddie's 85 that she got, the 154 we just put on the board here. It's all something that when the coaching staff and the players will go back in the reviews, when James is looking at it, it's something to give the girls confidence and look, we are capable of putting the scores up. You're able to break it down into so what were the keys in the power play? Normally it is boundaries, but it can be something as simple as rotating strike. If you have a right hand and left hand combo, making the opposition side run around in the field, is it the bravery of exposing your stumps and then opening up other elements of the ground because of that. So like we've talked about, the batting's never normally been in question for this group. It's just nice to put another performance on the board, and again, kind of walking the walk rather than talking the talk.
Absolutely. And we've seen so many times this season when Durham have been able to post a rather large score, they've been unable to defend it. So I'm going to put this to you right now, Rob. Is Danny Hazel almost looking at this and going, right then, guys, we've been in this position before. Here's a test for you. Defend that total.
I think as well, it's one of those ones that you should be looking to defend based on where Somerset are in the table. We won't rub it in, but
no, of course not.
They are below.
The tables don't lie.
Tables don't lie. And this is a group that they would have wanted to keep the runs down, and they I'd imagining that dressing room, they're probably thinking, it's probably a little bit more than we kind of wanted to concede, which again just puts that pressure on that group, especially when results haven't been going your way. You know, you want a kind of a easier total to kind of get your season up and running, and it's not going to be one here. But the positive for them is that they have seen Durham put runs on the board, and, you know, kind of whatever you can do, we can do as well. That's, I think, the mentality they've got to try and have coming out to bat in this second innings. And, you know, I think ultimately they're going to have to try and pick on one of the Durham bowlers and kind of, you know, try and hit them out of the attack. That's not going to be easy.
No.
That's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but it's the mentality you've got to have in order to try and win T20 games.
Based on what we've seen then from the Somerset bowling attack, which of the Durham bowlers are you looking at to make a real big impact as we look to defend this 154? I mean, immediately, Maddie Villiers does spring to mind.
Maddie springs to mind, but I think I'm going to go Grace Thompson. You know, obviously coming off the England A duty, you know, picking up those opening couple wickets. You know, I think she's full of confidence. She'll be kind of chugging a little bit. She'll be always going to Holly saying, give me the ball, I want a bowl. So I think she's going to make a really good impact on this game. And then it's also, as much as talk about the bowlers, the fielders need to back it up. You know, we talked a lot about attitude, and kind of that's a non-negotiable of fielding. You know, the fielders really need to help the bowlers out here. You know, how many times did we see in that innings Durham able to turn ones into twos or make ones out of nowhere where it seemingly just wasn't there? So it can be really tight in the field. You know, Sophia Turner, we saw here against Essex, was really good on the boundary, stopping a load of boundaries, keeping them to ones and twos. We're going to need more of that again. And if you can just, you know, there was an over, I think we took 11 from it. We didn't hit a single boundary. You know, that's something you've got to try and stop Somerset doing. You know, the power play, as we always talk about, and everyone will get sick and tired of us talking about it. You need to restrict your boundaries, keep batters away from hitting those, really keep to your line and lengths, and make sure that when that power play ends, you have a fair chunk of runs to work with.
Well, Rob, we've said this numerous times this season, and this is probably where you've heard of a commentator's curse. I don't know if a presenter's curse comes into it, but I blooming well hope not today. We have been in this position so many times so far this season where we're saying, could it happen? Could it happen today? Durham are going to get their first home win of the season. Could it happen? So I'm not going to say anything. Rob, could it happen?
Yes, I think it definitely could happen.
Right, there you go. Commentator's curse. Straight up, guaranteed. Look, they're in an excellent position to do so. How are they going to go about defending this then in that case, do you think?
I think it's just you almost want to strip it down to basics, I think, in a way, in order not too much pressure. You know,
that's usually everything with me. In fact, strip it down to basics.
I guess the girls will know that they haven't won here all season. You know, everyone around the club will know it. So it's almost they don't need reminding of it. You know, it's an opportunity, and I think that's what needs to be emphasised. It's a positive opportunity in order to get a win on the board. Obviously, the first home win will come with it, but it's almost just saying, you know, we are in this really good position. The batters have done their job. You know, it's now rounding off the team effort of, right, we need to be really tight in the field, need to make sure that the bowling is, you know, we're clear on our lines and lengths, we're clear on our plans, in and out of changes, you know, just kind of making sure that the basics are done really, really well, and then everything will take care of itself after that.
Just very quickly, if it was to happen hypothetically, how big of an impact would a first home win of the season have on Durham's season, do you think?
I don't think it could be overstated. I think it could be something that really skyrockets this group. You know, we've spoken about how this is a bit of a younger group with some experienced heads in there. I think what a lot of the younger players sort of need is that kind of first positive experience to kind of get themselves that first win. So I don't think the impact could be overstated on this group.
Top man. Well, you can see them coming back out to defend this total on the Banks Homes Riverside pitch. The huddle is there. They're chatting to each other. I wonder what they are saying to each other. Well, surely the keynote is defend, defend, defend. If they do defend 154, then Durham will have their first home win of the season. And like Rob has just summed up there, it will be absolutely massive indeed. Let's find out if they can do it. We'll join Rob Rush again. And we'll join the man as well, who, I don't know whether he's happier about the fact that Durham are on course for their first home win of the season, or whether there's no GoPro in the commentary booth. I think it's the latter. Hello, Ashthorpe.
You're right. I think you're absolutely right. I was even happier destroying your bacon fries or whatever they are in the room. But thank you for that. No, the Durham girls coming out now. They've got it 155 on their minds and defending that. Somerset obviously will be thinking the opposite, trying to get their first win of the season. So two teams really struggling for confidence, but they'll be looking at this game as a fresh start Durham, I think, will start with pace to start with, and it looks like Phoebe Turner is going to take the new ball from the Lumley end. Reminder that Susie Bates top scoring for Durham with 48. Supported by Holly Armitage on 41 and Maddie Villiers on 39 not out. Got Bex Odgers, who's going to be on strike to face the first ball from Phoebe Turner. And before I could even get the words out of my mouth, Rob, I was just going to say that what I was impressed with, and I'm just going to check, Somerset bowled 0 wides and 0 no balls. So that was very, very impressive from them. Durham start off with a wide first ball. But a bit of swing for Phoebe Turner. This one's pulled away. Brilliant fielding at mid-wicket.
Is that who I think it is?
Maddie Villiers and her energy in the field. She sets a standard straight away with an excellent piece of fielding and a diving stop at mid-wicket. And that as a bowler, when you don't quite get it right, the batter hits a good shot. Just helps build a bit of confidence. That will be a second wide with a bit of swing there. And talk about no wides and no balls. I believe that is going to be a no ball. Umpire Pratt has his arm extended. Not the start that Durham would have wanted in the field.
Just freebies. Freebies for Somerset when, as you mentioned, they didn't give Durham any in the field.
So a free hit with Holland facing her first ball. What a way to start. And she, don't know why, but she's tried to scoop that one first ball. And Turner does well and hits the pitch hard. And that beats the outside edge. That's a better line and a better length from Turner. Umpire Pratt just having a look at that front line and just having a word with Turner. There'll be some nerves and a bit of adrenaline flowing here for Durham. They'll want to get off to a good start. Try and restrict Somerset in the power play and try and pick up a couple of early wickets. And that's driven nicely, but won't beat the skipper in the covers, who does well, Holly Armitage.
Yeah, very packed offside field there. It's almost got 3 fielders in one region. You've got extra cover, regulation cover. I think it's Grace Thompson as well, running round from mid-off as well. Really trying to block off that access.
Another one beats the outside edge. Holland's back. She's flashing away there. Try and get out of this over now without any further damage. And she'll have done well with 2 wides and a no ball in the first 3 balls. And it's a caught and bowled opportunity that's put down. That would have been a fantastic start for Durham. A chance that she would probably think she should have taken, diving away to her left in the follow-through. Never easy in the follow-through. But that is an opportunity down and an opportunity missed for Durham. Somerset 4 without loss after 1.
Catches win matches.
Yep, the old saying.
Will be Grace Thompson to open up from the Finkel end. Talks about in the studio. Fresh off. First run out with England, eh? A few wickets for her as well. Full of confidence. Can she keep it nice and tidy? Starts finding the outside edge, and that's going to run for 4 down to the vacant third boundary. Odgers has the first boundary of her innings, and good start to the over for the visitors. That one flies away over mid-wicket. It's going to be 1. They're going to come back for 2. This is going to be close. They get home safe in the end.
Yeah, tough throw into the wind.
Picks that one up straight away. That one will be a boundary into that mid-wicket region. Another good start to the over. Already 10 from it from the first 3 deliveries. Somerset on the charge. And that one is carved away through mid-on. That's another boundary. And early questions for this Durham bowling attack and skipper Holly Armitage. Unable to hit their straps first up.
Yeah, it's a good start for Somerset. Just look at this wind not really suiting Grace Thompson's ability to swing the ball away from the right-hander. Now in conversation with skipper Holly Armitage and how to try and get out of the over without any further damage. 14 already off this over from Grace Thompson.
That's aerial. Just out of the reach of Maddie Villiers. It's going to be another couple to the total.
And that's the wind that's carried that ball away from Villiers. I reckon she thought she was under that a couple of times. In the end, having to throw herself at the ball.
Ends with a dot. 3 boundaries and 2 twos. To go with it, 20 without loss.
Solid start for Somerset. I wonder if Durham now look to try and take the pace off the ball a little bit. Various options with spin.
I think it's going to be Susie Bates.
Yeah, Susie Bates is definitely one of those options. Try and get through and over quietly.
Two back on the leg side. I think Grace Thompson's gone to long on and deep mid wicket. Can't quite make out who it is out there.
That wind is really strong now, blowing across from right to left and screens. 2 back on the leg side. I think Grace Thompson's gone to long on and deep mid wicket. Can't quite make out who it is out there. That wind is really strong now, blowing across from right to left and screens. 2 back on the leg side. I think Grace Thompson's gone to long on and deep mid wicket. Can't quite make out who it is out there. That wind is really strong now, blowing across from right to left and Susie Bates round the wicket and down the leg side for another wide. Try and get back into this game, Durham, with a couple of dot balls. There's the first of those. Build a bit of pressure and try and take a wicket. That one's driven gorgeously through the offside by Holland. What a shot that is. Not much of a gap between the covers. Just picked up a very, very nice boundary.
Yeah, good timing from Holland. Her first runs off the bat, and more early questions for Holly Armitage.
And again, this one will find the gap in the covers. A little bit of a misfield diving over that one, but it hit so hard, Dobson couldn't pull it in. And 4 more.
What do you think of the bowling around the wicket from Bates? Do you like it, or would you...
You just can't offer any width. Basically, she's got a bowl at leg stump, and I think with bowling that first one down the leg side, there's not a lot of gaps there in the infield. And another wide. That's the line that should be wanting to bowl. And this one's tucked into the leg side, and they're thinking of a second. And they think better of it as Villiers flies in. Now they're thinking of an overthrow, but the ball's going all around. A little bit of chaos out there at the moment. Durham just need to calm things down. There's Neve, Holland, and Bex Odgers just taking firm control of this run chase. 31 already on the board. This time a reverse sweep attempted. Last ball of the over. Over number 3. Getting the line way too tight to leg stump, and another boundary. Somerset are flying here. 35 without loss after 3. Odgers on 21. Holland on 9.
Yeah, the gamble hasn't really paid off in that over for Holly Armitage. Somerset well up with the required run, so I like this change. Andy Sixsmith talked about it in the studio. Turning to Maddie Villiers very early on. As you say, they just needs to be some calm asserted out in the middle. Immediately starts with a dot. But Holland finds the room, carves a way through point. There'll be a couple. Just need to stem the boundaries right now, Durham. You can get one over in with no boundaries on the board. You take that as almost a mini result. Try and just set back in for the rest of the power play. Villiers gives that one flight and gets the wicket. Floated it up there, invited the sweep. Thumps into the pad. The umpire raises the finger. And as Andy Sixsmith talked about, Maddie Villiers was going to be key. And already in her first over, she strikes.
Yeah, huge wicket for Durham. Much required. Great start for Somerset, and that just breaks it up. Neve Holland trying to sweep across the line, being struck in front. And Maddie Villiers, a little bit of a heartbeat of this team, picks up the wicket. So important that Durham get back-to-back wickets here and try and put some pressure back onto Somerset as Fran Wilson comes to the crease.
That's more than successful bowling change for Holly Armitage. Can you pick up another one relatively quickly and really try and jam the brakes? Somerset have set off like a steam train on this run chase. That's a glorious shot from Wilson first up. Reverse sweep. Phoebe Turner does well. Pulls it up inside the rope. Saves a run, and that's going to be crucial as we get towards the back end of this game. Really fizzed in there. From Villiers, it'll just be one. Those two sweepers on the leg side. Again, they're all wit to work with, which is kind of what required, and Maddie Villiers breaks open that Somerset opening stand, 42 for 1.
Yeah, much needed wicket for Durham. Rogers and Holland started so well. Maddie Villiers 1 for 7 from her over. Just getting Durham back into the game. See Phoebe Turner back into the attack. This is chipped in the air and gone, caught and bowled. This time Turner clings onto the catch. And the dangerous Fran Wilson goes. Caught and bowled Phoebe Turner. Durham have their second wicket. 42 for 2, Somerset. It's exactly what Durham had to do after this start, was to pick up some wickets and just break the backbone of this Somerset batting lineup. And they've started off with 2 wickets in consecutive overs.
One brings 2. As the old saying goes, and after putting down that one earlier on, she would have been a little bit anxious, would have been wanting to make up for the fact of that missed opportunity, and she's able to do it pretty much straight away.
Yeah, it was a nice one. That one just chipped back. Hung in the air for a while, but very comfortable return catch. But Sophie Luff, the Somerset captain, coming out now. Taking guard. Time to maybe a little bit of a rebuild. Not chasing a massive total. 155 to win. Somerset still need 113 to win. But have put a little dint in that already in the first 4 overs. Slip in place now. Holly Armitage herself in that position. This one's run down to third and nicely. And Luff gets off the mark. I like the captaincy there from Holly Armitage. Nice and aggressive, trying to pick up that third wicket in the power play. That wind is really picking up here. That one strikes Hodges in the pads and will trickle away for a leg bye. It's a good tight over this from a Durham point of view. 44 for 2 on the board. Really good areas from Turner.
Need to
One
get
ball remaining, yeah.
Need to get out of
I
it
knew
now.
what you were thinking.
Need to get out of the over. Just a slight change in the
Marlowe.
field.
Yeah, coming up into the circle now. 2 sweepers out on the leg side. One at fine leg, one at deep square leg. It's a good length that from Turner. And that ends the over with another leg bye. Somerset now 45 for 2. Successful over from Phoebe Turner.
Yeah, picks up the wicket, doesn't go for any boundaries. And unsurprisingly, Maddie Villiers is going to end the power play. It's your favourite flag.
Yeah, she's struggling. Blowing hard up there. Great overcast, autumn-like day. Feels like out there.
Luff just taking guard. Tries to run it down to third again, but Turner was aware. Moved around quickly to cut it off.
There's opportunities for Durham to really ramp it up in the field now. Create some energy, create some dot balls.
It's not a dot, but it will only be one. Katie Levick runs out to defend. I don't think it'll be too long before we see her into the attack.
She's going to be crucial to the outcome of this game. We saw the influence of Amanda Jade Wellington in Durham's innings. Her leg spin not going for many runs at all.
Nice lines and lengths from Villiers. I wonder if Turner might just want to move round to cover off that third option because it is still there.
Oof.
That's going to go all the way for 6. The first of Somerset's innings. Right out the middle of the bat from Odgers. And putting a little bit of pressure back onto Durham as we approach the end of the power play.
It's almost come from nowhere. That been a really quiet couple of overs, and that was a beautiful slog sweep as the 50 comes up for Somerset. Just about level pegging here as we come to the end of the power play. That was just a super shot.
Goes again. Doesn't get all of it. Just fall nicely into the hands of Dobson on the bounce. 1 ball left of the power play. Durham were 51 for 1 at the end of their power play. Somerset currently 2 ahead, but another wicket further down. There'll be 3 ahead at the end of the power play. 54 for 2. So both teams finding batting good to go in the power play, but still plenty of bowling to come for the host, and they're going to need it in order to pick up their maiden victory here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Yeah, Durham pulled it back quite nicely there in the last few overs of the power play. 54 for 2, Somerset. Hitting 101 for victory. It's going to be Turner to continue. Success in her last over. Oh, it should be a run out. And is a run out. Cool, calm head from Phoebe Turner. Could have thrown the ball quite easily at the stumps. Composed herself. And jogged in and whipped the bails off. Skipper Sophie Luff has to go. Run out. And that is a big wicket for Durham. Somerset 54 for 3. Still needing 101 for victory.
Yes, no, maybe, definitely no. It's too late.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
The drop and run was never really on.
Yeah, Odgers never really looked like she was keen.
So Luff was definitely wanting to get that quick single and try and keep the scoreboard ticking over, but I think Somerset are going to rue that wicket as we move further on in this game.
These at Somerset are now probably going to have to rebuild a little bit here. It's Hazel, the new batter to the crease. But that was an awful mix-up and an awful run-out from a Somerset point of view. Durham's delight. So like I say, Turner just kept nice and calm. I think Odgers knew as soon as she sent it back that was game over for Luff. That's timed nicely. And we'll get Hazel off the mark. Jess Hazel did a good job behind the stumps in the first innings. I say from a Somerset point of view, extras were kept really down to a minimum. That'll make the Somerset coaching group exceptionally happy. Just one leg by is the only extra throughout that whole innings.
I think that was in the power play as well.
Yeah. Bouncer hooked away, but we'll go straight down to Katie Levick. That fine leg.
So it's the thing we talk about with wicketkeepers is that if you don't notice they're there, it's been a relatively good performance. And
God, you're getting all the cliches out today, mate. I love it. I love it. But you're absolutely bang on.
Someone's got to be responsible for the
Yeah.
cliches, mate. Someone's got to do it.
Nothing wrong with that. They're there for a reason. That one is whipped down to fine leg. Again, we'll find Katie Levick, who all of a sudden seems to be in the hot spot.
What end do you think, with this breeze coming in, do you think Levick's probably best used from? Is it following on from Turner at the
I'd
Lumley
probably
end?
bowl her from this end to get from this end. That's really helpful from our commentary end, which is
Cheers, mate.
the opposite end to Phoebe Turner's bowling now. That wind will get drift in. That's pulled away out into the deep, and we'll find Sophia Turner one bounce down there. Hayden Mustard in today's squad.
That's a strong moustache he's gone for there.
Yeah, rogue human. They've all got them going on at the moment. Well, those that can grow them anyway. And this hits the leg. Katie Levick gets round and does well to prevent that from going for 4. It'll be a couple of leg buys to end the over. So from a Durham point of view, a good one. 6 runs and a wicket with the run out. Somerset 60 for 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that moustache from Hayden. Well, it is going to be actually talking a lot of sense today. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Yeah, I'd feel dirty about it. So.
It will be Katie Levick replacing Maddie Villiers from the commentary end, the other end, as you so well described it.
The only thing worse than that would have been if there was no pictures at all, if that was on radio.
Rogers just immediately turns Levick up to Villiers for a single. So 3 fielders again on that leg side, and then got Sophia Turner, who's on her own out on the offside, kind of boundary riding. Hazel taking her time. Full toss. Brings the sweep out. I don't think Emily Wins is going to be able to cut it off. She's not. So Hazel gets her first boundary. Not the best delivery from Levick, and Hazel gives it the treatment.
That'll be the thing that the leg spinner will have to contend with, is that wind will really push the ball full and down the leg side, and that's exactly what happened there.
Like misfield
Another
on the
mix-up.
edge.
Oh. Not good feeling that from Durham. Phoebe Turner. Be disappointed that they've got 2 there. Should have picked it up cleanly, and then possibly with a better throw might have had a run out.
Again, a lot of flight from Levick.
Struggling to find a length at the moment, isn't she?
Yeah. Just swept out to Windsor on the boundary. Because I can see what she's trying to do. She's trying to get, as we talked about, the up and down in front of the batter's eyes. But there's a couple of full tossers in this over. That's a better length from the leggy.
Yeah, she's crucial for Durham today. I think if she bowls well, Durham win.
Maybe 2 is the call. Hazel sends her partner back. So just one boundary from Levick's first over, but did struggle with the line and length for most of it. Somerset 69 for 3, requiring a further 86 for victory.
Yeah, Somerset just slightly ahead of Durham at the moment, but have lost 3 wickets. Durham are only 1 down at this point. Sophia Turner into the attack for Durham. Will be keeper standing up. Lots of pace taken off the ball. Very, very clever. Big job for her today. Starts off immediately with a slower ball. And again, just a little bit of confusion in the running. Somerset need this partnership to build. Currently standing at 15. Pace off again from Turner. This one's hit out into the leg side and miss-hit. Thinking of a second. And good fielding. From, I think that's Susie Bates, is it out there? Or is it Emma Marlowe? Sorry. Does the fielding.
I think it might actually be Emily Windsor who's out there.
Oh, stop it. She's everywhere. You're right, Emma Marlowe's just in front of us here. There's the blonde ponytail, something that I've been jealous of for many a year. Nicely bowled again, pace off. It's Muddy Villiers doing the fielding.
Guess that's it's just that it's a longer hit out there to Bannatynes. So Turner really trying to make the batter do all the work with the pace off, and then if she's able to bowl like that, there's a packed offside field that it shouldn't really get through.
It's good. Another dot. Another slower ball from Turner. So her change-up will mainly be a full pace delivery. So she'll change up rather than change down. It's a bit of off-spin this time. This one's hit down to long on. And again, just the single. This is a nice quiet over from a Durham point of view. We're trying to get that run rate required to increase. Just under 7.5 at the moment. So runs hard to come by the back end of Durham's innings. Pace off again. This one's heaved out into the leg side. And again, will just be a single, just a 4 off that Turner over. So Durham will be happy with that one. A nice quiet. Nine done now. 82 on the board. Sorry, 73 on the board. 82 required. At the same stage, Durham was 74 for 1. They are ahead on Duckworth Lewis at the moment.
We go back to Grace Thompson after that. Just 1 over from Levick. Thompson was expensive first up.
He's got a bit of a fan club in by the sound of it.
Definitely got a fan club
Love it.
in. So it is a good crowd in for this game. You mentioned first of the double headers. Men getting underway just under a couple of hours' time against Notts, but there's a game to settle right here and now. It's immediately better from Thompson. Straight on the money.
Yeah, big job for her. 16 off that first over, Rob. So a lot of pressure on young shoulders. But another one who's just had a little taste of international experience. That's a brilliant take from Rogers.
Very good take. But it's going to go down as a wide. So again, like we talked about, Somerset were able to keep their extras to a minimum. Durham haven't been able to do that so far. Thick outside edge is going to run for 4. It's a good ball, and just unfortunately goes for a boundary.
Yeah, it's unlucky that. But another 4 for Somerset. Little crowd catch.
Carved out to Sophia Turner. So it's been a better second over from Thompson. Still 2 balls left as Will Rhodes heads round for a net. Are you tempted to go continue with Sophia Turner after that impressive opening over?
Yeah, absolutely. They might use her at the death as well. They might even switch Katie Levick round and try her from that Lumley end. But it was a good first over, and he went for 4, didn't it? Oh, in the air, but gone away for 4 more. And Odgers is the one at the moment. The danger woman for Somerset.
Yeah, need to remove her from the middle if Durham want to chase this win down. Right now, she is proving a thorn in their side. And that further mounts the problem. It's going to go down as 5 wides. Just starting to move in Somerset's favour, this one.
Not sure of the thinking there with the keeper standing up. It's a tough one for Mia Rogers, who have been totally blinded by that one from the batter.
Fielder from fine leg comes up. Good comeback from Thompson. But another expensive over, another 15 from it. Somerset 88 for 3 at the halfway stage, requiring a further 67 for victory.
Yeah, well ahead of the game at the moment, Somerset. Durham need wickets and need them quickly.
You're talking sense again, Ash, because Katie Levick is going to come from the Lumley end.
I think she's crucial to the outcome of this game, and she didn't settle well from the Finkel end, so give her a crack from the Lumley end. In comparison, Durham was 78 for 1 at the same stage. Somerset 10 runs to the good. If you're looking at Duckworth Lewis, the pass score at the moment is 73, so Somerset way ahead of that. Good start there from Levick. Really good. This one's hit away into the leg side. They'll think about a second and they'll turn it down. Good work from Emily Windsor there at long on. I'll give you another comparison, Rob, is that Durham have 11 extras straight from the ball with 10 wides and 1 no ball. That's swept away. Not the line that Levick will have wanted, but she's got away with it. It's another dot. So there's 11 runs on that total already.
The Somerset haven't had to work for.
That one beats the outside edge. This is good from Levick. Can she get out of the over with another dot? Or even better, a wicket. That's much needed for Durham.
Beat Odgers as well. It's crucial to this run chase.
She's played superbly well so far. And beats the edge again. What an over from Katie Levick. Just one from it. Somerset 89 for 3 after 11.
Needs to be backed up. It's got to be backed up now. Got to string these overs together. Levick going for just one there. Sophia Turner's going to switch ends and try the Finkel end. Just 4 singles from her opening over. It's not quite been Grace Thompson's afternoon so far. Can Sophia Turner get a breakthrough? And more importantly, can she back up that impressive over from Levick? Pulled away, but straight to Windsor. Out a deep backward square. Feels weird calling her by her surname after she spent so much time with us in the commentary box.
Yeah, very true.
Punched through the offside. Going to be 2. Rogers moves into the 40s. Good running from Hazel as well. Immediately called for the second one.
She doesn't want to get too predictable here, Turner. The slow ball is working and pace off it, but every now and then bowl that change up.
Just thumps into, I think, the thigh pad. It's going to be a leg bye.
A bit of a scratch on that one, I think, just from the sound.
Glad you're with me today, Ash. Glad you're able to pick up on
It's
that.
an absolute honour.
No boundaries so far in this over. Good stop from Susie Bates. Good effort from Armitage as well. Was able to get down. Just missed it, but Bates backing her skipper up. Ensures it's kept to just 1. 2 balls left. That's going to be just another 1. To Thompson, who does the fielding down in front of us, and Durham looking to just stake a little bit of control in this second half of the innings. That'll do nicely. back-to-back overs without boundaries, for Durham. Somerset 95 for 3, requiring a further 60 to win off 8 overs.
Somerset still ahead in the game, 95, as you said there. Still ahead on Duckworth Lewis, still ahead on the comparison. Katie Levick to continue. This one's tucked away into the leg side. They're going to push for 2, and I think they will get 2 this time. Oh, tight, but a good dive. And Odgers gets back. Good fielding from Villiers out in the deep. I think that might probably needed a direct hit. $97 for 3 now. Oh, that's a lovely sweep shot. Lovely sweep shot from Odgers. She got across, got down low and hit it hard. And she is the difference in this game at the moment. Moves on to 47. Is that 49? Sorry, they bring up the Somerset 100. She moves on to 49. Apologies. I'm a ball behind on my scoreboard. This time she reverses and hits that just as well, and that will bring up a brilliant 50 for Bex Odgers. Superb 50. She's on the charge and leading Somerset to what will be their first victory of this Vitality T20 Blast campaign. Durham just can't seem to string it together at the moment. She uses her feet this time and she'll pick up a comfortable single down to long on. Also bringing up the 50 partnership. Lots of milestones being ticked off here for Somerset. Good fielding there from Thompson, getting a hand on that one. But this is moving away from Durham at a rate of knots. 12 off this over so far. 1 delivery remaining. Oh, and that's gone. Stumping. Brilliant work from Mia Rogers. And the dangerous Odgers is stumped by Rogers off the bowling of Katie Levick for 54. Is that the moment that turns the game back in Durham's favour?
I think that's the googly there from Levick. Really rips away past the outside edge, and Odgers trying to use the feet and come down to that one. And as you say, Ash, brilliant glove work from Mia Rogers behind the stumps to take it. Really ripped up off the length, but took it in a stride and whipped the bails off immediately. Odgers gets a nice round of applause as she goes for 54. For Somerset, 107 for 4 now. New batter at the crease, and Durham now have got to strike. They've got to go bang bang. And no surprise, Maddie Villiers is going to be trusted with bringing about that second wicket in quick succession.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. Bringing Maddie Villiers on. She makes things happen. Alex Griffiths is the new batter. Out to join even Jess Hazel. That was an excellent innings from Odgers. .54 from 37, 7 fours and 1 6. Oh, Villiers starts with a full toss, which is top edged and lands right in the gap. Just be a single. Graham Clark having a chat as he walks around with Grace Thompson. Good fielding. Just trying to build a bit of pressure here, Durham. Just trying to get a bit of hustle now, Durham. Good over this to back up the wicket taker. And this is, I thought it was hit straight down Thompson's throat. But not timed. Just the 4 off that. Maddie Villiers over. 111 for 4. And Durham just trying to claw their way back into this game, Rob.
Absolutely. Got 6 overs left, 44 more required for Somerset, but Griffiths is new at the crease. If they can, Durham will want her to have as much of a strike as possible, just able to see if they can plug up some dot balls. Levick is going to bowl out here from the Lumley end. You know, Villiers kind of racing through that over, trying to apply some pressure that way as well. We hit down towards long on, just for another 1.
It's an interesting psychological battle now between these two who are both used to not getting success. So you tend to turn situations like this, especially as a batting group, into losses. So it'll be interesting to see how Somerset go here.
Just turned around the corner again for a single.
If you're winning every game, you'd knock this off without a problem. Absolutely without a problem.
The doubt starts to creep in.
Crowd just starting to feel that dot balls starting to build up a little bit of pressure. Griffiths yet to get away.
Goes for the sweep, trying to get a boundary, but it won't beat Sophia Turner. Out there again, just tight at the start of her final over at Levick. 2 balls left. Can she get out of it? She's got Hazel on strike.
This is good from Levick. Nice and tight. Just 4 off this over so far. I feel this is a big moment in the game here. Her last delivery. Can she pick up a wicket?
She can't pick up a wicket, but she will get a dot. And that's consecutive overs without boundaries again for Durham. Levick finishes with 1 for 26 from her 4. You do feel as though another wicket is needed to really try and bring it back, but Durham are doing what they can in terms of not conceding boundaries as the next best thing. Still a further 40 from 5 for Somerset to win.
Yeah, you bang on 40 from 30 deliveries at 8 runs and over. It's the first time really that's pushed 8 runs and over. Somerset been in control all the way through. Got a great start through Odgers and Holland. Hodges is now gone. A lot of responsibility on Hazel, who's on 24 not out. She's faced 24 balls. Fee Turner back into the attack. Sophia Turner. Boy bowls a loopy Yorker And she's the only one not to appeal because she knew it was missing another set. That one strikes Hazel on the foot. .40 from 29. This is driven nicely. There'll be a couple as Maddie Villiers does the fielding out in the deep. Nicely driven away. Again, all the pace off that. And this could be a run out. Oh, I think she could have gone the keeper's end there, Susie Bates.
I think that was the end to go.
Might have needed a little shout there. Another single. 37 from 27.
Just the next best thing. If you can't take wickets, just stem the flow of boundaries.
They've done that well the last few overs, haven't they, Durham?
Make it, 15 deliveries, I think, at least. At least 16, actually, because of the wicket. Without a boundary.
Oh, and that will be a wide, and then
I was just thinking as well, you really have to keep the extras tight as well. And
yeah, she's tried to follow there. I understand what Turner's trying to do there. She's just got that one a little bit wrong.
comfortably home, I think.
Yeah, so comfortable. She was already in and jumped to try and avoid the ball. In the old days, that might have been out because she made a ground and then jumped in the air. But once you make your ground,
that's fine.
Yeah, you're absolutely okay. Great take from Rogers. Really good take. Good slower ball from Turner. That one just bounced a little bit. Really, really tidy work from Mia Rogers behind the stumps. 34 from 25.
Need to end the over strong.
Oh, and this could be a wicket. It's chipped in the air. Armitage runs round, makes no mistake. And that's a super over that from Fee Turner. And picks up the wicket. Alex Griffiths never really got going. She goes for just 4. And Durham just chipping away, staying in the fight, staying in the contest. Somerset still need 34 from 24 and have just lost their 5th wicket as Alex Griffiths goes. Caught Armitage, bowled Turner for 4. And Somerset are 121 for 5.
Definitely a strong end to the over if you can pick up a wicket. Amanda Jade Wellington walks out. And number 7, not a bad batter to have when you're trying to get over the line. But this is a lot more in the balance now for Somerset than they would have wanted it to be. Around 21 or so deliveries ago. Griffith's gone for 4. Hazel's 28 from 28. Going back to Phoebe Turner from the Lumley end.
Durham right in this contest now.
Just doing the maths here in terms of how many overs bowlers have left. So Phoebe Turner's about to bowl out. This is her final one. Thompson has 2, but she's been expensive. Villiers has 1.
Turner 1.
Yeah, and Sophia Turner has 1 as well.
That's... Oh, no.
It's going to be tracked down. It's going to be a couple to Hazel. Straight up 32 now to win for Somerset. So you'd imagine.
Where do they get the extra over from?
I think you're probably trusting Grace. I think to put the 2 overs behind her. I think that's where you're going to have to.
Could go Susie Bates as another option.
Yeah, so a little bit of juggling around for Holly Armitage to do. Three off the opening 2 balls of the over, but boundary suddenly hard to come by for Somerset. Again, another good take from Rogers behind the stumps. Just going to be one more.
So skipper Alex Lee's gone for a couple of throwdowns. Just the one pad on, old school. I like it. Hasn't faced enough balls this week.
Excellent throw back in the deep from Sophia Turner. 5 from the over.
Again, no boundary. Can they get over the over? Get out of the over even without a boundary? The answer to that is yes.
Should just be one as well as Emily Windsor sprints in from long on. Durham turning the screw. 28 from 18.
There he is, the big man. Back-to-back centuries at the Oval after winning the toss and putting Somerset in. I won't remind him of that the next time I see him. But the skipper certainly held his own, scoring centuries in each innings. And here's how we're going to get that extra over, Rob. We've got Susie Bates is going to come into the attack now. So I think this, if from a Somerset point of view,
This is the over.
this is the over.
This is the over. You are going to have to go.
Yeah, and you're hitting her with the wind to the leg side as well. That breeze is really coming across your screens from your bottom left corner to your top right.
Yeah, she's just moving the field as well on the on the leg side actually, excuse me, for Wellington. She's going to be coming around the wicket as she did earlier. Really has to hone in on a middle and leg line. Can't. Worst thing that could happen is she, as she did in her opening over, bowl that wide first up. Just relieves some of that pressure. Has really got to focus in on middle and leg.
It's a great length. It's a great length. And a good line. Good fielding by Holly Armitage. This is the gamble from Durham. This is pulled around the corner, but should just be one. As Emily Windsor does the fielding. A little bit of a wrestle on that one, but we'll let her off. It's 2 singles from the first 2 balls of the over. .26 from 16. Comes down the wicket and chips it in the air, but chips it straight. And that will be a boundary. It's a really, really nice shot from Amanda Jade Wellington.
It's the first boundary in a while, but it's a vital one for Somerset. Just 22 now required.
I didn't actually think she'd hit it that well initially, but it raced away for 4. 22 from 15. The wind blowing Susie Bates straight out of a delivery stride.
Got to get there, got to get there.
Windsor does well in the field. Very, very well to keep that down to a single. Bit of cat and mouse between bowler and batter. Wellington really trying to use the breeze there. That's exactly where the wind's blowing, where she hit that. She's probably trying to get it a bit finer and over the top of the fielder at 45, or short fine leg right on the discs. Lots of chat between the batters. Lots of chat as long off goes out and the sweeper on the cover boundary comes into the circle. Oh, that could be close. I'm not sure it's full enough for LB. Was there a little scratch on it as well? Yeah, not a lot going for that one. Just the single though. And again, every time we get to the last ball of the over, we feel it's a huge moment in the game. Susie Bates making sure she's got to feel exactly where she wants them. Meticulous. Wellington, the batter on strike. Comes down the crease and drives well, but there is a fielder in place who's come a lot straighter. 9 from the over.
So Durham are going to need to be wary of the cut-off time. It's going to be nip and tuck.
Yeah, there's all sorts of factors. They only need to bowl the one over, don't they? Make sure they're ready to bowl the last over in time.
It's going to be Sophia Turner. It's going to bowl out from the Lumley end, which would leave Maddie Villiers to finish the game from the Finkel end. (19 off 12). It's too close to call here.
Yeah, like I said, when you're in these positions with the bat, you tend to back yourself out of games, but we've got a lot of experience at the crease here. Amanda Jade Wellington played a lot of cricket all around the world.
Quick chat and a tap of gloves from the two in the middle. The two Somerset batters desperate to get their first win of the season. Durham desperate to get their first home win of the season in the Vitality T20 Blast. Sophia Turner. It's just going to be one to start.
You can feel the tension. You can hear the crowd clapping every single and every dot ball, knowing that Durham is still fighting in this game, and if nothing else, that will really please the coaching staff that they're still in. Holly Armitage just letting the umpires know that Durham are ready.
You say surely that's got to add a minute on to the cut-off.
There's been a lot of chat between the batters in the last few overs.
Goes for the reverse sweep. It's going to go down as a run.
I was going to say, I thought she hit it.
Big appeal from the bowler, but it is only one. Phoebe Turner on the 45. Peel out of hope.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Two singles to start the over. 17 off 10. Down the track. It could be two. She might have found a pocket. Emily Windsor runs round. It will be two for Somerset.
Lots of tension out there. Who's going to execute best under pressure? Andy Sixsmith feeling the pressure. He's jogging up and down here in the Duffer News studio. Can't sit still.
That is a brilliant stumping from Mia Rogers. And it's the big wicket of Amanda Jade Wellington gone for 12. And Durham with the wicket they needed. Another brilliant bit of glove work from Mia Rogers, and Sophia Turner has another.
Bless them, they all want to celebrate and they've all had to run straight back into their fielding positions. Rogers is even putting the bails back onto the stumps. And poor Fee Turner got a huge wicket there and has just had to walk straight back to a mark. There is a big moment in the game. Amanda Jade Wellington, very dangerous. And you can see the experience now as she's telling the new batter that's coming in just to take your time, because they are trying to get Durham to have an extra fielder in the circle for the last over.
There was that extra minute added on, so it was 17-17 originally the cut-off. It's been put back to 17-18.
They only need 2 deliveries in that time.
I mean, surely this puts it back another one with the...
No, I don't think wickets count. See, great work from our camera crew. Zooming right in on that scoreboard, you can see the cut-off time there. Durham literally have 1 minute to bowl 2 balls. So they might just fall foul of that. And a little bit of slowing down of the game from Somerset. So a bit of gamesmanship, which I absolutely love. All over that. The dark arts of the game.
It's just a dot, though.
This is a huge over from Fee Turner, this. She sprints back to the top of her mark.
Got to be going.
The Somerset batter just taking their time, and that might just let the umpires know that they'll go, actually, you can have an extra minute here. We know what you're trying to do.
That's a huge over. Oh. Spoke too soon. Boundary off the final ball of the over. We've talked about it so much. Just adds the extra pressure onto Maddie Villiers to bowl the final over. Somerset 11 off 6. How crucial is that misfield going to be?
Oh, this is not good for my blood pressure. But Maddie Villiers, is she the one who's going to be cool, calm and collected? That's misfield. I think it was Leah Dobson out in the deep. She's going to switch positions with Fee Turner now, who's had to run from bowling to long off, now to cow corner. It's a big moment. Will Durham have to have that extra fielder in? It doesn't look like it at the moment. There's still just a 5 in the circle. So I think Durham have just escaped any sanctions for being over the cut-off time. Maddie Villiers to come in round the wicket. Bowls it full, bowls it straight, and that will be down to Leah Thompson, who has a chance to redeem herself, and she does well. But they do get back for a second.
It's good backing up from Katie Levick. She's now got to sprint all the way
9 from 5.
back to the edge of the circle.
Hazel on strike on 37. She gets across her crease and that hits a full. Hold it, just relax, just everybody just calm down a little bit. It's a dot. A very eventful for one full stop to be put in the book. Even Ross in the studio's on his feet. Andy's running laps around the Duffer News studio.
It's cool, calm and collected from Mia Rogers. No one was backing up that throw. If she tried to throw the stumps down, it was going for overthrows.
A reverse sweep is missed and another dot. This
9
is huge.
off 3.
Rob has fingers crossed. I think I might be the calmest in here.
Not by far.
No, I'm all good, to be honest.
Don't try deadpan it now, Ash.
I'm all good. I've got no camera to lie into. Put my usual camera face on. I love the length. I love the length. Safety first. This is an excellent over so far from Maddie Villiers. 8 from 2. And Skelton on strike.
Durham can now take all the time they want, if they so choose. Just a quick word from skipper to bowler.
He's still happy with the field. Let's protect this boundary. Skelton runs down and is stumped. Gone. Gone. And Mia Rogers, what a game she's had behind the stumps. Maddie Villiers has had a cracker of a game as well. And Durham.
3 stumpings?
Yeah.
3 stumpings for Mia Rogers.
And now everybody can breathe because they need 8 from 1.
Just
I told you earlier, this is what happens. Like, if you're winning game after game, you win this every single time from a Somerset point of view. But when you just, it's a horrible game at times, cricket. You just find ways to lose. And from a Somerset point of view, it's all gone wrong at the back end of this innings. And from a Durham point of view, they're going to get their first win on the board at home. And this crowd, there's a nice crowd in for them at the moment, building up obviously for the men's game. But this is huge moments, and this is big moments for the girls. There's nothing like making your home ground a fortress, and they haven't been quite able to do that. Oh, here we go. Wiggy's even getting excited up in the DJ booth. Hazel at the non-strikers end on 38. Can only watch on as Maddie Villiers is about to bowl the last ball. And it's right in the block hole, and it will be a single. And more importantly, that is a Durham win. Durham, get home. First victory at home. Rob, sum that up for us, mate.
Well, it got off to a particularly shaky start. Somerset able to find the boundaries. There were some extras in there. Odgers with 54 off 37 looked like she was going to lead her side to victory, but what Durham did really well is they stayed in the fight. There was a period of about 24, 25 deliveries where there was not a boundary hit. Katie Levick, Sophia Turner take a bow. Mia Rogers behind the stumps as well, picking up wickets at crucial times and just not allowing too many runs to go. Maddie Villiers will finish with 2 for 24. Katie Levick 1 for 26. Sophia Turner 2 for 24. Phoebe Turner 1 for 15 from her 4. More importantly, though, that is Durham women's first home victory of this Vitality T20 Blast season. I just about think Andy Sixsmith has calmed down. Or actually, Andy, have you calmed down?
For a while, Rob, I'll be honest with you. I've waited all season so far to say these words. Durham win at home. And I tell you what, folks, how good was that to witness? Fantastic stuff from the girls out on the pitch. Fantastic stuff from Rob Rush and Ash Thorpe. Ash, blood pressure, have we measured it yet or not?
Under control.
Oh, good. A lot can change in 5 balls.
Yeah, it can. I mean, that, like I was saying there throughout the commentary, that Somerset were ahead that whole game. Yeah. But when you're not winning games of cricket, you find ways to lose them. Durham were no doubt not at their best today, but they've managed to get a victory. Yeah. Probably out of nowhere.
And that'll probably stand them in good stead as well. It's probably a more valuable victory than, I mean, not necessarily for our blood pressures, but it's a more valuable victory for them not being able to romp home, but actually close out a close one like that, where at one stage, we're just not expecting them to win it.
Yeah, it's all experience, isn't it, for them? You know, they've managed to put themselves in a pretty awkward situation and managed to pull that around. So that's a little bit of a template for them moving forward. It didn't work with certain bowlers today, and certain bowlers were really, really on the ball. A couple of run-outs, a run-out and some brilliant stumpings from Mia Rogers. So I thought she was superb behind the stumps today.
I was going to say, we are going to have to speak about one person. And you know what? It's refreshing, isn't it? Because normally this season we've ended up talking about Maddie Villiers, we've ended up talking about Susie Bates, Holly Armitage, you know, the usual names. Yeah. To see Mia Rogers have a game like that and a hat-trick of stumpings as well at really important elements and times of the game too.
Yeah, it's so important just to take your chances. You know, we've seen Durham miss opportunities throughout the game and throughout games that we've had at home, and to have Mia on top form today, really important stumpings. I think it was of Odgers and Amanda Jade Wellington, and picked up another one at the end as well. Were absolutely crucial to that victory.
They were the game breakers, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Along with, a bit of experience, taking the pace off the ball with Maddie. I thought Sophia Turner was excellent as well. So, yeah, all in all, mate, happy days. We've got to win at home.
How pleased were you with being able to commentate on Odgers being stumped by Rodgers?
Yeah, it was a bit awkward, actually. It actually really was. It was just a nice moment, and for me, that was a real game breaker.
I was just looking through our little window from our production, and I could just see the little smile on your face as soon as you saw it. I thought, that's a wonderful little bit of commentary. That best bit of commentary I've heard all season. There's been quite a bit so far across the women and the men's game. Look, we've got to talk about the death bowling as well. I mean, Maddie is never too far from our mouths in the sense of talking about what she's doing out there on the pitch. But she was, and I'm not going to rest upon Leah Dobson in that misfield, which we all kind of went, ooh, 11 needed from 6 now. That's brought Somerset back into it. Yeah. The door was immediately shut by Maddie Villiers, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a superb last over. In fact, the last 3 overs, there was that 1 over we needed from Susie Bates, which was superb. Sophia Turner again bowling that 19th, which was so crucial. I'm sure Maddie's heart sank a little bit when, unfortunately, Leah misfielded that one on the boundary. Yeah. But she was more than up to the task, and that was a fantastic last over.
Absolutely. Just a shame that they couldn't necessarily celebrate on a couple of those. I mean, especially for Mia Rogers. A hat-trick of Stumpmans, you're expecting her to do the Shearer celebration or something. She couldn't even well do that, could she?
Everybody back to stations. Yeah, the cut-off time was the most important thing that we had to keep an eye on, unfortunately. But, yeah, some good gamesmanship from Somerset as well. Yeah, absolutely. Really trying to slow the game down with their eye on the clock. Yeah. But Durham just snuck home with the clock. And with the runs on the board.
Like you said in commentary, mate, we're not against the dark
Absolutely.
art. We like a little bit of pettiness. We like a bit of a dark art, but especially only when Durham come out on top, which is exactly what they've done today. Just finally, Ash, what does it do for them? Because, you know, with all due respect, I know we've hammed up the fact this is their first home win, but they've won already 2 on the road. It's not their first win of the season. Yeah. But a first home win in front of a crowd like you talked about, trying to make this place a fortress. What does that do for the girls mentally now?
It's all confidence, it's all experience for them. They've been building that all year. This will be a monkey off the back, I guess. Yeah, you want to turn up to play at your home ground and love being at your home ground, knowing the fact that we haven't won here yet. That'll be playing on mine, so they can tick that another one off today. You know, and then they're moving forward. They've made history. Yeah. At the end of the day, and that's the best way to look at it. We now move on quickly, and they're on the road, I think, tomorrow to play Sunday. So it comes thick and fast for them again, but hopefully that builds the girls' confidence up nicely, and hopefully they can get on a little run.
Absolutely. You chat with Danny a lot. You always do the post-match interviews. Obviously, they haven't always been positive this season.
I probably won't chat with her now because they've won. So all the girls will want to flood out now. So Danny fronts up, to be fair to her, every time when they get beat. She takes the flak of the defeats. I hope she comes out. In fact, I'm going to make her come and chat with me and maybe get one of the girls to come and chat as well.
Who knows, mate? They might be watching Durham live in the dressing room right now, and they might have just heard that. So if you are, guys, Danny, come on out to the boundary rope. We've got a very, very happy Ash Thorpe wanting to speak to you and reflects on, like Ash said, history for Durham women here at the Banks Homes Riverside this afternoon. It's the first of a double header, and as white ball cricket returns, it is back with a blast. Durham women get their first home win in their history, and certainly Durham get home at home. We've been waiting a while to say that. We'll be back shortly with the men, but fantastic to see that here in Chester Street. Take care. Bye for now.